Good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Dr. Thomason, will you please do roll call?
President Kaler, members of the board, please let the record show that we have 4 board members here. Mr. Witovich is running a little bit late, but he should join us very shortly.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make a motion to approve the agenda. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. So this is our retreat, and we are going to start with some housekeeping items. So the first thing up for discussion is our staff attorney. And as we know, our beloved Linda Good has since retired, and she's been our in-house attorney for the past several years. So we get to have this discussion whether we want to have an in-house attorney moving forward. Do we just want to work with our outside attorney when things come up? Dr. Thomason, please share some of your thoughts and ideas on this.
Yes, President Kaler, members of the board, we have had the luxury of having an in-house attorney since I've been superintendent here in the district. And with the use of an in-house attorney, we do utilize the attorney for many, many things like HR issues, special education issues, contract reviews, and those type of things. But we do know that there are times we have to go outside our in-house attorney for specialized issues, including special education, including some HR formats and matters of that nature too. But an in-house attorney, I believe, is utilized quite often if you have an in-house attorney. Now, with that being said, I will tell you that Higley Unified School District is really one of the rare opportunities to have an in-house attorney. Most school districts do not have an in-house attorney unless there are large school districts such as Mesa. Chandler does not have an in-house attorney. Gilbert does not have an in-house attorney at this time. There are a few other districts that do have in-house attorneys. The cost prohibitive nature of the expense of an attorney is one of the main reasons why a lot of other districts don't have an in-house attorney, and they utilize specialized attorneys in different areas for what they need. Like with policy, we go to the ASBA. With litigation, it's Udall Shumway or Gustin Rosenfeld. For matters of issues, let's say one of our school buses gets into an accident, and those are always utilized through an outside attorney. Those are not an in-house attorney item issues. And so to have this discussion, it would be something that would be enjoyable for a district, but I'm not sure if it is practical, feasible, and economically the wise decision. And so that's why we bring it here to the board to have this discussion, to find out if we want to continue in this matter, whether it's a full-time, a part-time, or a consultant.
Anyone have some thoughts? Please share.
I have a question. How often do our schools use our attorney for like parent custody issues? Because I know that sometimes comes up. If a parent were to come to our school and it's not their time, etc. Like, how often would Linda get a call from that like that?
Madam President, Jill Wilson, we utilize our in-house attorney quite often on that, to be quite honest with you. But let me be completely clear on that too. I do believe, because we have an in-house attorney, that we go to her quite often. Now, in a regular district, in another district outside of the Higley Unified School District and that I've been a part of in my past lives, those issues and information have been handled by senior members of the administrative and cabinet team, and only if it got to the point of litigation or paperwork that was legal, then we would go to an outside consultant. But because we have had an in-house attorney, we do utilize her very, very often because we have an in-house attorney. Does that make sense?
And Mrs. Good always was with our policy committee, so she always was there when we did our policy committees. And, we're still, I think, what letter are we on, Mrs. Reach? Do you know what letter we're on for our review? G. So, that was one area that we did utilize that. But again, we can go with ASBA, and we adopt their policies usually as is. And if we have a committee and we need to tweak it for Higley, we still have that ability to do so even without an attorney. The cost, Dr. Thomason, it could save us we'd have to go outside and pay, but then how does that work? Like financially, where are we at?
President Kaler, members of the board. So the cost of an in-house attorney, of course, they would be a cabinet level person, and so it would be approximately $100,000 to $120,000 for an annual full-time salary. Mrs. Good, we were very fortunate that she was a part-time employee, and so she did not work with us the full 40 hours. And I believe that she was a 32-hour-a-week employee. From that aspect. So we do have the opportunity to seek out a part-time or quarter-time, whatever we feel would be most appropriate for the district in that aspect too. And I could reach out to some of our partner schools too to see if they would like to share employee costs with us for an attorney.
I like the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that from my perspective, and I totally get what you're saying. We utilize her because she is here. I like having a staff attorney. I like having that go-to person. I like the coverage we have, that if we simply have a question, the availability is greater. If we only utilize our outside attorneys and we have a situation kind of going on that we need some guidance on, that if we have to put a call into them, who knows how busy they are when they can get back to us, versus having our own employee who serves us, and that's their sole focus. I do get this as an opportunity to potentially save some money by not, but I do say potentially, because obviously having our outside attorneys, we do have retainers, but then you also have hourly rates, and those simple questions of, hey, can you just review this document for me? Just not quite sure. Those charges can add up. And I think because we're used to having an in-house attorney, I don't know that we know how to answer those questions on our own yet, because we haven't had to. And so I think that we could potentially be in a situation where it could cost us more, one way or another, of we tried to use our own guidance and potentially made a mistake. And that happens, but we've not had to think on our own, if you will. We've had that. We've had that go-to person. So either we could make a costly mistake on trying to make our own decision and using our own common sense, or it could cost us more because we are used to that and we're seeking that outside question. Every question is time, and we all know attorneys, time is money. And so I don't know if it would truly be a cost savings. It's hard to say because we don't know, because we have had it. But I do like having that one-on-one. You're our staff. We need you now. We have some questions. We do adopt a lot of the ASBA policies. We use the ASBA policy bridge. We use them as a basis. But as we know, Higley's somewhat unique, and we end up modifying quite a few of those policies to make it work for our district, because we're not the big, huge district of Mesa and Chandler and Gilbert, that we do have some special things that we try and adopt in our policies. So we do make quite a few changes. Sitting on that policy committee, like I said, we use the ASBA policy as our basis, and then how does that work for us? So having that attorney to review that helps, as well as there's a lot of changes within the state laws. They change every year. New mandates come. Sometimes it's simple as new wording, but having that in-house attorney, we know when that happens. And ASBA does push out emails and things like that, so we are notified when ASBA policy changes, but it's a greater, in my opinion, it's a greater potential for something being missed. And so just speaking on that, I like the idea of having our own staff attorney. I like having a go-to person for those simple questions, and to run the what ifs by, because there's, especially what we're getting into, and I know there's going to be a lot of legal opinions, but I know my time on the board dealing with Ms. Good, there's been a lot of questions on, well, what if this and what if that, and they're really good questions. And I hate to pay hourly for our what if questions, but those what if questions helps educate us.
Thank you. Mr. Witovich.
Sure. I would just like to make a comment. I served on Utica Community Schools, which is the second largest in the state of Michigan, with 35,000 students, 40 schools. We never had a staff attorney. When I came out here and I saw this, and I just kind of took me back in reference to this, we are a lot smaller. Perhaps this is a time, $100,000 plus health care benefits. Nobody has talked about that goes along with this. This is a huge amount of money we're paying here, and we are a very small district. So I would like us to take a look at perhaps some other districts here in the area that do not have a staff attorney and what they've been paying for the last year as far as their expenses are. And perhaps, as they mentioned earlier, maybe work with a group of other school districts to work as a group for some attorneys. But I just feel an in-house staff attorney is a very frivolous expense, and we need to be more creative in reference to this.
Thank you, Mr. Witovich. We did discuss a little bit about that before you came in, and we did note that besides Mesa Public Schools, that most of the Southeast Valley School Districts do not have an attorney.
Mr. Glover.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I'm going to argue along with Vice President Reese. It is a worthwhile expense. We're out here in the Wild West. Some of those schools did have attorneys, and then there was a downturn in the economy, and they've never gotten around to replacing them. I think if you can find somebody half-time to full-time or job share, there is work that has to be done. So then where is that burden of work falling? It's falling on somebody else that is probably overworked as it is. Seeking a senior staff's opinion versus a lawyer's opinion, you're going to save money on lawsuits and other things when you have an attorney answering a question versus somebody who just has an opinion. I think ultimately it saves money with lawsuits. I think you definitely will notice when they're gone. I've worked in a place that had one and didn't have one, and you notice, and those are all costs. I think especially with next year, the potential of a child or an employee or a visitor to the school being harmed, having a lawyer would not be the worst thing in the world. No one knows what's going to happen next year, and having a lawyer probably would be helpful when you tell people you need to do this, and here is why, and the risks. So I think lawyers understand risk and could be of good use.
I agree, actually, with this. I like the idea of calling our attorney sometimes. There's been situations that I've had to call for a reason, and I think it will save us some money with litigation. I agree with Mrs. Reese on that. I think we should leave it up to Dr. Thomason if he can find a part-time or a full-time, but that's just my opinion. And I do like that Mrs. Good has always kept us up to date with federal government changes where we have to change a word in our policy. I think that comes from Mrs. Good. I'm assuming that comes from Mrs. Good. When something changes, I'm not always up on the policy that we have to include. The one I remember most is service animals, and we laughed about the service pony, I believe, or the miniature horse, and she kept us up to date on that. I don't know that any of us on the board have time to research that, or anyone in your staff has time to research that and keep us up on that miniature ponies are now acceptable form of service animal. So I think that it would be a good idea to keep someone, even if it's a part-time person, depending on what you can find, Dr. Thomason, and I would leave that up to you if it was asked of me.
President Kaler, members of the board, there's a third option that I failed to mention earlier that I would like to throw out there too for the board to consider, and that is looking at one of the regular attorney offices that we use, Udall Shumway or Guston Rosenfeld, and contract with them at a discounted rate to have an employee that is in-house here for a certain number of hours a week. So we could contract with some of those regular individuals that we utilize and have them here also too at a discounted rate. And some of those things have already been talked about and looked into from that aspect too. So we can look at hiring a full-time attorney, hiring a part-time attorney, looking into working with one of the associations that we regularly work with, Udall Shumway, Guston Rosenfeld, for a cost an hourly rate or a discounted rate and house them here within the district at a number of hours that's acceptable to the board, 10 hours a week, 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week, whatever we decide is most appropriate. If we go over those hours, then it would just be the regular hourly rate that we pay when we go outside too. So that would be another option that we're looking at too. I just want to throw that out there also.
I appreciate my board and all your comments. I personally do appreciate an in-house, at least part-time at this time. I'm not ready to just not have one at all. So maybe we can look at those three different well, I don't know if my board feels the same, but I think we could look at a part-time at least, or a share situation, and maybe see what those costs are to us versus a full-time, and then, you know, have that conversation again, or a vote, I guess. I'm not sure how that would work, Dr. Thomason, but from what I gather, we do want some type of in-house support. I've called Mrs. Good, and she's so good and so quick, and so it just helps us to know that we're doing the right thing. Even in board meetings, there's been questions on, did we, you know, approve that and remove that and then put it back in? I mean, she's just been so helpful. So I'm on the fence that we should, not on the fence, I'm on the side that we should definitely have at least a part-time.
President Kaler, members of the board, if it so pleases the board, at this time I will do research on hourly average rates for attorneys for in-house. I would also contact those two specific law firms to see what the cost would be for 10 hours a week, 20 hours a week, and 30 hours a week for contract services through them. If that pleases the board, and bring that back to you.
Have we ever
in a work
talked
study.
to like even our sister Queen Creek? Would they want to share, or Gilbert share? I mean, I don't know, half and half. Does that happen at all? I don't know.
I haven't heard of it happening specifically, but that is definitely something that in Higley we like to think outside the box and make things work. And so I will reach out to my sister schools or my sister districts and find out their thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to check the districts around us. I would be for trying to share an attorney. It could be something that is mutually beneficial. There's other employees that we do share with other school districts. So just looking at it from that standpoint, we do share other employees with Queen Creek and stuff. And so maybe it would be of interest if it's part-time for them, part-time for us, or J.O. Combs or our surrounding areas. So that would, I think that would be a good place to start. But given where we are, I believe we need to move fairly quickly on this. I mean, Linda's retired, and you know, we're a little late to the game on this conversation. So if we can try and expedite that information and gathering it, we have a lot coming our way that we need some legal advice on. And we do have 2 firms that in the meantime we can lean on, but that's costly.
With
So
schools
we-
opening, I totally understand where you're
Yeah.
coming from and how important that's going to be to have some, legs to fall on when these questions come up. So
For
I
sure.
agree. Speedy.
I think this is a great time to mention how great Mrs. Good was with board policy. Since she did serve on another board, that always helped us. She gave us some perspective there, and I just really appreciate her. I think it's a great time to share that she was a great attorney for us for many years, and that I think as a board, we all really appreciate the work she did here.
We tried to, really love on her for her retirement, but she wanted no part of it. So we did try. So if she's watching, we miss you, Linda.
Well, and I agree too, from a board perspective, when we would have new board members come on, she would make sure to meet with them. Not a lot of people know we're not allowed to talk to each other about any school business. I mean, we can have casual conversation, and that has to be very careful from a perception standpoint when there's more than 2 of us in a place. But there's a lot of laws and restrictions that we have as board members, and when you become a board member, it is somewhat overwhelming because it's like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't say this, you can't say that, and there's a lot to becoming a board member. And Miss Good would always supplement. We go to ASBA, new board member orientation, and all this stuff is thrown at you and you've got to digest that. And so she's been really good to be able to go back to from a board member perspective to make sure we're doing what we should be.
So thank you, Dr. Thomason, and we'll look forward to more information. It could even be in a superintendent's report and showing us the different options and then taking it to cabinet and, letting them make the ultimate decision as well. I'm good with that.
President Kaler, members of the board, immediately I know I can reach out to those 2 law firms and get something from them almost immediately. From that would be an easy standpoint. And then I can definitely get some research on the average cost for an attorney for the different number of part-time hours and full-time.
Great. Any other comments? Okay, let's go on to masks. This will be fun. I guess Maricopa, I was watching so many different meetings yesterday, and Maricopa, they were sneaky. They went into executive session, so I couldn't,
5 hours.
yes, I couldn't hear that one, but I did listen to Gilbert, and then I was just watching what happened. So anybody that's watching, Maricopa came out and said that for any city that hasn't already made a decree, now we mandate masks. And so we are social distanced in this room, so that's why we are not wearing masks. But when it comes back to school, Dr. Thomason, please talk us through this.
Yes, President Kaler, members of the board. At this point, the cabinet and the school has taken the stance of the physical distancing of 6 feet or more would be the appropriate physical distancing of no masks. And then we know that it's a very individual choice on a lot of people and a lot of different things. Right now, due to Maricopa County having their ordinance requiring masks of when physical distancing is not possible, that most of the time our students would be wearing masks, and that would be because we're following the Maricopa County local ordinance. We also know that the town of Gilbert has put the ordinance into effect also. Where it's a little bit difficult for the Higley Unified School District is our schools exist in 4 municipalities, but we have schools in 2 municipalities. Queen Creek has decided not to put the ordinance into effect requiring masks, and we do have 2 schools that are in the township of Queen Creek, and that would be Cortina Elementary and Sossaman Middle School. So at this time, it's a non-issue because Maricopa County has said that. For us as a school district, it's not as much as requiring the masks, because our requirements, I think we know that they're health and safety standards, and that they're the best thing to do in order to help prevent the spread and the continuation of the COVID-19 virus. It's the policing. So with my staff, if a student does not wear a mask, do we suspend them? Do we send them to a timeout room for all kids with no mask? We put them all in the same room? I mean, it's actually not the requirement of mask or no mask, it's the policing and what we do when a student does not or refuses or is unable to wear a mask. That's where the school issues really lie. And so how do we police that at this time?
That's why we need an attorney. No.
I don't want to make the front page of the newspaper stating that Higley Unified School District suspends 47 kids for non-wearing of masks in the school day. It's just a very difficult policing situation from that aspect. I don't think anybody disagrees that it helps prevent the spread of COVID-19. It's the policing part that we have a difficult time with in the school setting situation, and we will move forward right now. Our directions are clear from the County of Maricopa supervisors that masks will be required when you cannot physically distance, period.
Now, on the town of Gilbert, they have a 30-day expiration date. I did not see or read that for Maricopa. Do they have an expiration date, or did they put, we're going to meet again in 30 days?
President Kaler, members of the board, I have been looking for the ordinance for the last hour online. The ordinance is not out there yet. I think because of the 5-hour session they had and come out in public voting, but I will be looking for that ordinance to find out the exact specifics of that ordinance as soon as it comes out, and I will share that with the board as soon as it comes out. Even with the town of Gilbert, their ordinance has not been completed yet and put online, so we're still waiting for that because that happened yesterday morning and there were some changes and it has to be reviewed and all that fun stuff, the legalities for why you need an attorney. It keeps coming back on that aspect. So we'll be looking at that, and so I'll be sharing both of those with the board as soon as they come out, but we'll be following what's required of us by our municipalities and the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors at this time. When that ordinance does expire, what we had said before their ordinance was put in place is that we very respectfully request, we encourage, we recommend, or not recommend because you can find different things that recommend everything else, but we
Our wording is very specific. I think that
Yes.
what I was reading through, which we're going to roll out more on Wednesday night. But yes, I was reading through, and we have to be very careful yet very specific on our wording.
Correct. And President Kaler, members of the board, just as I'm sure in your email boxes are full of both positive and negative emails from parents and community members on masks, whether they support it. It's a very, very strong opinions that are out there. Some, heart-wrenching emails that we received from families that have gone through this, and then others that have students that are unable or I've been given hundreds of articles on how unhealthy masks are too, and I have also been given hundreds of articles on how the prevention of COVID-19 spread with the mask helps too. And so the opinions are very, very wide out there. So one thing that is definitely a Higley priority is compassion and concern for where people are at this time. We do not bully, we do not make fun of, we do not judge individuals that choose to wear or choose not to wear masks outside in the public. We will follow the required ordinances of our towns and counties, but we will never judge anybody for their opinion on whether they decide to wear a mask or not wear a mask. We don't know their personal situations, so we don't know what's happening at home. We don't know if they have oxygen level issues. We just don't know. And so we respect and love everybody in our community, including our staff and students.
Well, and we have to take a look at our special ed kiddos because they're a tender group, and I definitely want to make sure that we are honoring them and their choices and their families in every way that we can. So, it's just been a difficult discussion to have with anybody on either side of the fence. So, Mr. Glover, did you have something?
Well, I just I guess time will tell, but my sense is that adults are more of the problem than we'll find that kids will be. Kids are able to roll, and they can be explained in a rational manner and understand things. And so I think it probably won't be as big of a problem as it is for the adults in our community who have, seems like, never been told no to anything in their lives. We're seeing a lot of that. But one thing I wanted to bring up in regards to our upcoming discussion is subs are going to be a huge problem. And so to consider for the first quarter the number of meetings that we have our admins pulled away, I think is worthy of maybe some comment when we get to it on June 24th, because I think they're going to have to be available for coverage. When teachers go out and they can't come back for 2 weeks, we're going to have a severe shortage in kids. And so to reduce the number of things that pull teachers away from being with kids, whatever ideas the community has, you have, we have to really start thinking about that, because it will happen.
Thank you.
Dr.
Mr.
Thomason,
Ratovich.
I would just like to make the comment that I like how you said the kindness part, about judging. And I think being the older one in the room, I'm just appalled at the lack of kindness that I'm seeing, experiencing. I lived through in the 70s when seatbelts, and it was the same topic as seatbelts. I have rights and things like that, and people were sitting on their seatbelts instead of having them on. I've lived through the peanut allergy. I don't see anybody complaining constitutional rights. I mean, we just do the right thing. If a child in a classroom cannot have peanuts, we don't do it. We don't say, I have to have a peanut butter sandwich. No, it's just the kindness. And that's what I'm seeing lack of, and it's an adult thing that I'm appalled by. About as Americans, let's help each other out. We're all in this together. It's not this group or this group, and it's about being kind again. And that's what worries me the most, is the lack of kindness that I'm seeing. And I thought there was more kindness in our community. And it concerns me a lot. But we'll get through this. But thank you in reference to your statement, and I support you on.
I agree, Mr. Ratovich, because I've seen the same thing amongst adults, the social media just debates and the mean words that are tossed around, and we've got to rise above that and be for our kids. This is about our kids and our staff, and do what's right, and I agree. So thank you for that very much.
Taylor? I think with our masks, I agree. We have municipalities that we have to follow. If Gilbert decides to continue and Maricopa County's expires, I do realize we have schools in the town of Queen Creek and what they choose. I think we just need to keep it on our mind that we're one district, and even if the town of Queen Creek chooses not to do it, Maricopa County's expires, town of Gilbert does continue. I think that we need to look at the greater good of all of our district. Like you were saying, policing, saying it's okay for these two schools to do one thing and all of our other schools to do another, I think is just an administrative nightmare, and people don't understand. And a family can have a child who goes to Sossaman, but they live in Power Ranch. So your school's in Queen Creek, but you live in Gilbert. And so I think we just really need to be mindful of that, and that it's our entire district, that we're making the best choice we can. I think too, as far as you were saying, policing, how do we do this? The way I look at masks, and this is just my personal opinion, is it's a public health and safety issue. And we have a policy for immunizations. And people who choose not to immunize, if there's an outbreak in a school and they have an exemption for that immunization, they have to be removed from the school for the incubation period. And Not that a mask is any type of immunization. There's no guarantee. An immunization's not a guarantee. You can have your immunizations and you can still get whatever, chickenpox, mumps, measles. So I think we need to look at that. And I think that collectively, there needs to be something put in place. And as it be a temporary policy of our district, not just whatever the municipality says. And we have to make that choice, and parents need to understand that if we, at the moment, because of our municipalities, if our policy is 6 and older, have to wear a mask when social distancing, we know that our classrooms are not going to be able to social distance. That's not an option. It's not possible. And so cutting through the chase, our classrooms are going to require masks because social distancing isn't possible. And so we need to hopefully, and I hear what you're saying about kindness, but our parents have to respect our policies, and our policies are not, they're not our personal opinions. Our policies are put in place to protect the greater good. We have policies that protect the individuals that are fragile. So we need our families to respect those policies. There are exceptions. There are exceptions if there's medical reasons for the children not to wear them or an adult not to wear them. There is exceptions. And that just needs to be communicated with their site administration or, excuse me, whatever practice we're going to have in place there. But I do believe we need to determine collectively that what's the point of a policy if there's no enforcement? And the enforcement doesn't have to be punitive. It doesn't have to be negative. That if the enforcement is that if a family doesn't want their child to wear a mask, there's no reason they're not to, and they just choose not to, well, then we have other educational learning opportunities for them that hopefully can satisfy their needs, but that doesn't risk the others. And if that's a temporary online learning and more of that's to come, I get it, we'll have different options. But we need to not put our families need to not put our administration in those positions to have to say, hey, you can't do this or you can't do that. These are not our choices. I bet you if you ask any one of us, we all have a different opinion on masks and what we should not do. And we all have different reasons. So these things are put into place for the greater good. But we do need to have a process to follow. So that would be something that I would rely on you and your cabinet with your site administrators to create. They need talking points that when this happens or that happens, we can't leave them out to dry with families based on what our requirements are. And understanding that right now it's not us making that decision. It's our public health officials making that decision. Again, for the greater good. I mean, they're choosing these different tactics to try and help. There's so much of this we don't know about. But we do need to have some documented steps, some documented talking points, and some processes, because I don't want to leave our site administrators kind of out there to dry. If you have an upset parent, to take a beating and still stand there with their hands like, I don't know what to do. And then if the requirement at the moment is that they wear masks and then they don't enforce it, then you have another family, that administrator standing there taking a beating from the other side going, I don't know what to do. So whatever we have to do, we need to then provide talking points, and we need to provide support for our site administrators. We can ask and beg for our community's acceptance and kindness. This stuff is out of our control. It is out of our hands. Right now, we're not making these decisions. Yes, we're going to put decisions in place that once these expire, then this is what the Higley Unified District stance is. But I think we really need to make sure we have those talking points and support so that we can support those administrators. It's a hot topic, and it's unfortunate, but it really is due to public health and safety.
Glover.
Thank you. I just want to mention again that I'm thankful to the town of Gilbert. I have to admit, I was really blown away that they had the courage to vote the way they did yesterday. And then for the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors to also vote has made our lives a lot easier. I think we should recognize that. And then I just want to say this is a smaller point, and it's pedantic, but to use the term policing, we probably want to avoid that phrase. Enforcing is better, but still a negative connotation. Compliance is a little better, but there's got to be a better word that encourages good behavior as opposed to making it sound punitive. So we should maybe rattle that around, and maybe someone has a better term for it, but policing is probably not.
Dr. Thomas, and I know we talked, what happens when a child forgets their mask or the mask is stained? I don't know. I know we had talked about it, so I thought maybe you could share with the community what you've already started setting in place for that.
President Kaler, members of the board, so the Higley Unified School District is already in the process of ordering masks for the entire student body and staff, but also not just masks. We also know there's other opportunities out there for face shields. Sometimes masks are not appropriate for the individual, and a face shield is a better opportunity for them in regards to safety and protocols for PPE. And so we do have those other options there too. We do know that our special education classrooms are going to be more difficult, and some of those individuals will not be able to wear a mask or a shield, and so there would be more precautionary measures put together there for our staff in that aspect too. I do see it as a couple of different issues. One of them, first and foremost, is education. We need to educate our students and our public on the PPE requirements and safety and those outcomes, not just for themselves, but they are part of our community. It's like picking up your own trash. You know, I mean, you do it for everyone else, not just for yourself. It's a bigger issue than just about me. It's not about me. It's about who I'm protecting, who I'm caring for outside. But with that being said, we do know that there's always going to be special circumstances and special cases. And we do even have individuals out there, right, wrong, or indifferent, that don't believe in the COVID-19 issues and hype that's out there. And we have to be respectful for their opinions and them too. And so we want to be cautious on that and respectful from those issues. And so we need to take a look if there is a non-compliance. I agree with you, Mr. Glover. We have to be very careful on how we say this as policing. Compliance is still sounds a bit harsh. Maybe education, or we'll have to ruminate the ideas in cabinet and with the board to find out if we can come with some better processes and some better verbiage for that too. But at some level and some issue, it will not be an issue of noncompliance. It will be defiance and disrespect towards staff if we have a student that is fully capable, knowledgeable, and then still refuses. And so, those are some of the things that we're going to need to get some guidance on further on individual rights and responsibilities and what we can do for that, because that will become an issue within the Higley Unified School District as we move forward from that aspect. So still lots to do. Right now, it's clear what we have to do to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. But as things start to fall off and as things get better, there's going to be different points in time when it's going to have to be a Higley Unified School District choice. And right now, before this came down from the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, it was highly, what was our exact words, Dr. Foley? Highly encouraged and
Thomason, I always find it so interesting when you're out and about in the community and people have this conversation with you or might be intense with you about, oh, I should not wear a mask. They need to talk to a family, okay? It's because I hear out there that, oh, I don't know anybody that has it. None of my friends have it, so it doesn't exist. It exists out there, people, okay? And you can give them my phone number. I have a son who's 28 years old who was healthy, and he crossed paths with somebody in a store who was not wearing a mask. Our family experienced 3 weeks of intensive care where we could not talk to him. He thought he was going to die alone. It was terrible. Okay, so it does exist out there, people. Okay, and so if you're more than welcome to give them my phone number, and I will be more than happy to tell them about how it does exist out there. And I do not wish anything on any family that what we experienced and the heartache and everything that we went through already, and it still continues. They're still not healthy, and this was a 28-year-old healthy, no pre-existing conditions. So people don't think it may not happen to you. You need to be careful. And the act of kindness by wearing a simple mask that will save somebody else. I do it. My family does it because I may be saving your grandparent. I may be saving your child. So enough. So thank you. But just
Thank you, Mr.
I'm welcome
Kovich.
to have a conversation with anybody that says it doesn't exist. Okay.
It is greatly appreciated. And one of the things, too, I do remember the word now, is that it's highly encouraged and requested. I am requesting. I'm not mandating. I am requesting that all students that are capable and do not have an issue wear a mask. That is a request from the superintendent of the Higley Unified School District.
Thank you. I like that. And just on another note, I know that there is some positives happening currently right now at Higley High. The boosters have gotten together and are collecting they have truckloads of items that are going to be going up to the our Navajo Nation, Hopi tribe, and there's one I cannot pronounce. I'm so sorry. Hula High. So they are, loving on our communities in other ways. And so amongst all the debates and the anger that's out there when it comes to masks, there's some really great things going on too in Higley, and I just want to thank those. I even have a nonprofit organization is actually making masks for all of our SIT students, and all the Kyrene SIT students as well. So there's some great things going on, and we just need to, focus on that good stuff too sometimes, because otherwise, Mr. Wojtovich, we're just
on the negative, but I just want people to understand it's out there and get with it, okay? But even in my neighborhood, this has brought so much kindness I've seen too. Another side, like you said, signs on the streets, keep healthy, little rocks, things like that, and just you know, people are at home having conversations with each other again and having dinners. And so there's been a lot of nice things, and I do, and I see the acts of kindness in my neighborhood, and I see all the wonderful things that are taking place. So that far outweighs the kindness in this community, far outweighs what the negativity. So I
So
agree.
we appreciate you sharing your story with us.
And
President
oh,
Kaler, members of the board, just for individuals that are watching online, our SIT students are students in transition. That means they're between homes at this point in time, or they're living doubled up with a family member or a relative or a friend at this time. So SIT are our students in transition. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Now I'm becoming like an educator where I just throw out, acronyms that I knew that one. Mrs. Reese, did you have something else?
Well, and I think, like Mr. Witovich, my sister lost her mother-in-law to this, So it's out there, it's real. But I think the problem that we experience is, like with anything, and like Dr. Thomason said, there's so much conflicting information. There is so much unknown about this virus. And one scientist can say it does this, this, and this, and then you have someone else come out and say, no, it does this, this, and this. There's been confusion. Reports have changed a lot. I get it because they made initial assessments and have had more time to study it, and what they initially thought has changed, how long it can live on surfaces, what surfaces it can live on. And so I understand the debate and everything, because you don't know what to believe. You have no idea what's right, what's not right, because we just don't know. There's just so much. But with that, because there's so many conflicting reports, because there is so much unknown, at least this is something that can help decrease. It won't prevent, it won't stop, but it is something, no matter what this virus is, that we know can help reduce the spread of it. So that's just what we have to remember, no matter what the conflicting information is, no matter what one report says and another report says and everything. Hospitalists and nurses and doctors, and they have worn masks for years and years and years to stay healthy in the hospitals. I mean, they work with some of the most infectious diseases, and these are the precautions that they have taken for years to try and keep themselves safe and everything else. So just for the simple fact of no matter what your stance is on COVID, no matter what one report says versus another report says, we don't know. And the one thing we do know is this can help reduce the spread of it, and we just need to keep that in our mind, no matter what our personal choice is. Like you said, Mr. Witovich, if it helps not make you ill or give it to you and you don't know and transmit it to your parents, grandparents. We do have multi-generational families in our area. It's part of this generation where we're caring for our parents and our kids. And so I know it's hard and people feel it's a right to choose, and I get that. And I'll just be honest, a mask is not my choice. It's not. And that's a personal choice I have. But now it's required for the moment, and I have to respect other people's health. So while it's not our personal choice, for some people it is, we just need to respect the fact that we need to be aware. So I just wanted to, there's so much unknown, but we do know it can help reduce it.
And I agree with you, Mr. Glover, that I'm thankful that somebody above us came down and gave us some direction, because this these guidelines, and then we have to decipher what that really means. I mean, I don't know, that 41-page document was just, that was a rough one. So I'm thankful to, at the moment, we have clear direction, and we can only hope that they continue to give us that clear direction as we move forward. So I don't know if you got a kind of a feel for where we're at on this, Dr. T?
Yes, President Kaler, members of the board, if this continues, we will revisit this in a month should things change at the time. But right now, it is out of the hands of the Higley Unified School District, and we will be following the ordinance of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and require masks when physical distancing is not
Feasible. Thank you. Social. Yes, yes. Okay, we're going to move on. Board member representation at school activities. So I just want to go over this again. Maybe we can change things up a little bit. I know I've kind of oversaw some of the same schools. I don't mind, but I'd like to maybe get more involved in some other schools that I haven't spent as much time with because of my little area. So what say you all? What schools would you like to kind of have under you to?
Can I have Cooley this time? Because my kiddo will be there. I'm sorry, Mrs. Reese, I believe you had it before, but may I please have it? Because my kiddo will be moving up.
Which other ones would you like? Because
I'll stay at Gateway.
Darlene will take
I'll
notes.
stay at Gateway. Gateway, Cooley, and then I don't care about the third, because we do 3, right?
About 3, yeah.
So I will do 3, just pick another one for me. I like HTA, if anybody else
HTA.
doesn't want HTA. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's my 3, Cooley,
Okay.
Gateway, HTA.
Mr. Witovich. Open, Mr. Glover.
Well, yeah, Centennial and Chaparral is fine to continue, and can't we just all share the high schools and go to the things that we want to go to because they're so busy?
Yeah, Centennial, Chaparral. You like
I take Coronado since I'm going to have a,
kiddo there? Well, sort of.
yeah.
Coronado and do you?
I can take Power, Coronado and Power, or Coronado and Santan. I mean, what do you, it does,
You'll
because
fill
I can
in?
take Coronado and Santan.
Okay, Coronado, Santan. I'll have Bridges, right? Bridges, Sossaman, Cortina. That'd be good. I'll take those. Bridges, Sossaman, Cortina. That leaves. Who has Centennial? Oh, Glover. Sorry. Well, high schools will just share instead of having.
There's so much to do at the high schools. That's my one concern.
You chose that.
The high schools have a lot, so that's why I
Well-
think we should
well, I
kind of
think
all
And you
share 'em.
wouldn't need 3.
So we might not need.
Do you want to take, do you want Bridges? I was going to say you can take Bridges and Power, or
Okay, so you have Bridges and Power. Bridges, Power, and then I'll keep Cortina and Sossaman. That's better. And then the high schools, we all try to
we
go to
all
what
try
we
to
can.
do because they're kind of full of events.
And I don't know how we can communicate this, Dr. Thomason, but I love it when the schools invite us specifically to events. I know that we get the calendar, but it's overwhelming to look at everything. I mean, we do so much, but I just absolutely love when we get specifically invited because then it gets my attention a little bit more. I don't want to make it like I'm some special person, but it just brings it to my attention when we look at the even on the app, you can go through and see the whole week and every event, but when we get those special invites, it really helps us to kind of.
but just as a reminder, those invites need to go through Mrs. Reach
Reach.
and not to us directly.
And she keeps track of us.
That the administrators or even sometimes teachers invite us to stuff that their administrators weren't aware of. It still needs to go through Mrs. Reach, and then she gets it out to the board. Or if they're inviting just certain board members or whatever it may be,
yeah.
then she forwards that on. But that way, people have to understand, again, where I was saying we can't talk, that if the entire board is invited to an event, that has to be posted, because more than 3 or more board members will be together. And so Mrs. Reach needs to keep track of these events as well. So on the flip side of that, with our particular schools, if you're going to something, if you can send a note to Mrs. Reach and say, hey, I'm just to let you know I'm attending this, because maybe it might not, and just to clarify, because this kind of started years ago, it doesn't mean we can't go to any other school. It doesn't mean that we are solely the person. This started many, many years ago, that our board loves to be involved with our community. And we are fortunate enough that we have a smaller geographical district that we can attend some events. Our board loves to be out there and support our schools and our teachers and our community. And so at one point in time, there were the same board members going to as many activities as they could because it's important, and it was just overwhelming. And then schools were missed, and then people felt left out. And so we started divvying up the schools, but it doesn't mean that they're just our schools. It just gives us something to kind of focus on and say, oh, is this or that? So if you're going to be attending something, just let Mrs. Reach know so she knows where we're at.
Can I just ask this then? So, Mrs. Reach, could you email the principals and tell them that their respective liaison is X, Y, and Z, and just remind them that if there's an event you want your board member representative to attend, could they please just let you know, and you'll pass along the info as a reminder to them because they're not here hearing this. Please,
Right.
and thank you.
Perfect. I love that. All right, we got everybody covered? We got them all covered, Mrs. Reach, I think? Lovely. Okay, we're going to move on to a discussion about overnight and out-of-state travel. In the state that we're in, it almost seems like this is a no-brainer for me. But I still believe there's probably, certain people that want to go take their classes and do things right now. I just don't think it's safe, feasible. Football camps and things football camp is already gross. Let's just be real. I've talked to the moms when they come back, they just throw the clothes away. There's no saving some of this stuff. So, am I in trouble? I just know that I've heard these stories from moms. I love our football players, trust me. They know that I give them all the support I can. But anyhow, in the state that we're in, I don't feel comfortable as a district sending anybody on any overnight anything right now. And I think that is something that could change maybe a different semester, maybe next year. But for our first quarter, I would probably steer clear of that, in my opinion. Anybody else?
What is Cabinet talked about? This has got to be a topic of conversation. What are your guys' feelings?
President Kaler, members of the board, at this time, with the effects going on with COVID-19, it is felt by the Cabinet that any out-of-county travel at this time, we don't want to send a busload of players or individuals, band, cheerleaders, anything into a different county. And are we going to research all the ordinances for every town and every county? So at this point in time, I am comfortable as superintendent saying that there is no out-of-county or overnight travel at this time for the first quarter of the 2021 school year that we will revisit 6 weeks before the end of the quarter. So at this time, we're looking at the first 9 weeks of school of no out-of-county or overnight travel. And that would be my recommendation to the board and how I feel about it as superintendent at this time. And not just the facts that we're in the middle of a pandemic, but if we allow someone to go out of county or we allow someone to go somewhere else and the students aren't properly equipped with the PPE that they need, we may have students and staff coming back with fines or bailing someone out of jail, or we just don't know what we don't know. So at this point in time, I think we need to err on the side of caution and say we will revisit this in mid-August.
I'm totally in support of that.
Was there something about field trips in general that we're not doing any field trips for the grade-wise? I thought there was something, I can't remember where I read it, if it was, I've read a lot the last few months, and so I'm not really sure.
President Kaler, Ms. Wilson, when the pandemic first started, we did close down all field trips so that were out of state, and we have continued that since then. This is just looking towards the future, and so being respectful, but also being cognitive of the needs of students and districts and those type of things. I think looking out to the first quarter would be a positive thing, and then letting them know that we will revisit it in mid-August, just so we do have some things that are coming up that may
So
be
these would be mostly sports trips? Is that what we're thinking? Or is this like
sports and clubs,
sports and
bands,
clubs, but not
activities.
like a classroom leaving, correct?
field trips. This could be field trips.
So this
We
could
have
be field
Grand
trips that
Canyon
they
field
would be
trips.
leaving
We have
to
field
go
trips.
maybe to the zoo. Would we allow that? Is that what you're
The
thinking?
zoo would be in county.
Yeah, so that would be in county and we would allow that. That's what I'm asking you to think about, that
Oh.
if that would be a smart idea to allow in county from a classroom to leave. That's just a thought I'm having. I don't know that it would be smart for us to have our kindergartners or our first graders decide that it would be an idea to go on a field trip to the zoo or to the science center or to anywhere local within county, because that does keep us in county. But it may be a thought that I'm just posing to you. It isn't a decision that I have to make. But I would like you to maybe think about that, Dr. Thomason.
President Kaler, Ms. Wilson, that is an excellent topic that I think that we will have to look into. And I do believe also, depending on where the students are going, what the requirements of that facility are, if there is proper physical distancing, the PPE requirements, are we talking about a group of 150 players on buses, or are we talking about 2 individuals going for a special competition? I think that some things have to be individualized too.
Exactly.
Taking a look at the receiving facilities or occasions, protocols for COVID-19, what they have to. I would be comfortable if a student was going to a band trial. There's a couple of students and they're going to be in a special production of online, and they have to go in, and we've had these type of things too. Our students that go to the boys and the girls activities at the end of the year. There's 2 individuals. If they can provide in the assurances of the proper PPE and proper physical distancing, I think that was something we would take a look at on an individualized basis.
Thank you. That's what I would like to hear, that it's more of an individual plan with the overlap of no out of state overnight or no out of county overnight, but with that caveat that it will probably be made up to the site administration, which I think it always is anyway, and then up to you. Thank you.
Just throwing my 2 cents in. I get the out of county, but I think in my opinion, I think we need to say no overnight, even if it is in county, unless everyone's getting an individual room, which is not, very, very cost prohibited. So if I think that we need to say no overnight travel, whether it's in county or out of county, because of sleeping quarters and things like that. You cannot and then the out of county. But I guess my question is, what are we doing? I mean, we know what the busing is supposed to look like for getting kids to and from school, but what, I know organized sports is still permitted to go on. What are we looking at for our away games? How are we having our students travel? What does that look like? I mean, I don't even know what questions to ask. And I'm not saying, I mean, I agree, sports and stuff is still happening. I'm just wondering, what is that looking like? Because I think that also comes back to Mrs. Wilson's questions on if we do a field trip, what does that transportation look like, given what our busing is supposed to look like?
President Kaler, members of the board, at this point in time, we don't know what the future holds. We're still watching that week by week, month by month. We don't want to be overly harmful to our sports and activities, and so we're still watching what's happening in the state of Arizona. We also would feel bad for our community if our students were the only ones not participating in football or baseball or soccer or whatever season it happens to be. So we're being very careful and cautious about that. Right now, we do have our players that are in the stage 1 area, so they have to fill those requirements of no physical contact and no sharing of the balls or no showering at school and those type of things. And so we're following all those, and we will be watching those. And we could change from 1 week to the next depending on what the numbers and what the state is saying and what the requirements are for municipalities and our counties. So I cannot give you a definitive answer. I can just tell you that it's something that is heavily watched, and we will protect our students and staff to the utmost in those conditions.
Dr. Thomason. Oh, Dr. Foley, you were going to talk. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add that on the 24th, we'll be in general what it looks like, and that athletic. We'll be talking more about that on Wednesday.
Yeah, I was going to interject and say the same thing. So I'm perfectly comfortable. I think I've heard most of you say no out of county for the first quarter. That's fine. We were talking about like with kids, but PD as well. I think a lot of things that were scheduled were either canceled or are going to be available online. So for staff, I don't want someone going to Florida, coming back, and then bringing back a special gift from the state of Florida. So that too, I know we weren't saying, we were just saying teachers and students, but staff too for the first quarter. And we talked about the communication, how and when or who is going to tell. That's a specific statement. The teachers don't even ask for the first quarter. That should be a specific guideline that they all hear, please.
President Kaler, members of the board, we will definitely work with our secondary and primary directors to get that out to their administrators to let them know specifically, at this point in time, don't even ask. It's not even going to be reconsidered till mid-August.
I know there was already a track meet, AIA, there was a track meet the other day. So, I mean, there's things happening out there. So, yeah, we've just got to be, in tune for our sports.
Have we looked for football to make sure that first quarter are any of our either Higley or Williamsfield, are they playing down in Tucson? Because that leaves the county. I think Tucson, I know that they had wanted some California trips, and that, just to be clear, is not happening.
I think any of the games, they would come back the same day. It wouldn't be overnight.
Do
For
what?
football, I think it's if they.
But if we're saying no out of county, the
Are we
first
saying-
quarter,
are
if
we
we're
saying-
saying no out of county travel.
Overnight.
No, he said no out of
Out of
county
county.
travel.
Oh, so if we have an outside team for football, we're going to
If-
tell them they can't play.
We would
No,
have to
that
look
we
at the
can't
special
travel out of
circumstances.
county.
We would look at the circumstances on that aspect too. And I think that the out of county, I think, would be generally for those elective travel choices that you make, like with our field trips or like with camps and those type of things. But for specifically sports teams, I'll take a look into that and find out how many out of county we have in Pima or
Right.
other counties. And so, good point, Mrs. Kidder.
North,
Thank you
North,
for bringing
North
that up.
Scottsdale, I mean, there's going to be,
Yeah,
we're 6A now, so for Higley
think the
and
only-
Williamsfield, so.
I think the only out of county may be a Tucson team.
Is it Tucson?
Maybe.
Okay.
Could you share with us in the superintendent's report if there's anything?
I mean, those schedules
Out
are
of-
out. We can take a
Oh,
look.
yeah, we can
and
look. We'll
we
look.
can take a look. I just want to, see if I want to make sure we're sending a consistent message and not confusing that if we're saying no out of county travel, then we're saying no out of county travel. If we're going to say no out of county travel, but then
Except
we
sports.
need to be clear on that. And then that if we're saying no, like Mr. Glover said, if we're saying no overnight travel, like we need to be clear on that communication and get that out, like no overnight travel, kind of don't even ask for the first quarter. And so I just, to make a blanket statement like that, I want to make sure that we're prepared, because I don't want to have the assumption that we're not doing any out-of-county travel, because that's the decision that's been made by the district. And then mid-August, we have some team going to Tucson or going to Flagstaff or going somewhere, and then we're all going, wait, what happened? I thought we weren't doing any out-of-county travel. So I just want us to be very careful to make sure if it is going to impact what is already scheduled, then we work with that, make that decision, find out what those are. And we've talked about it, that when we're making exceptions to whatever we're going with, that becomes a problem, because why did we make this exception and not that exception? If they can do this, why can't I do that? And we've worked really hard on our travel and our field trip processes. This throws a wrench in it. There's no doubt about that. But along with those same lines, we cleared those so that we have clear lines. I think when as cabinet looks at this and makes a decision, that we're very clear in what this is, and what we're willing to make an exception on and what we're not. So,
President,
So I think we should all say what our preference is, because I don't want you guys to mishear what I said. If it's an AIA event, that's fine. But if somebody wants to bring their third grade class to Chuck E. Cheese, this is a different story. AIA has protocols. So if it's AIA, then they have the protocols, and that's for me. We should all say what we think, so you guys aren't getting mixed messages.
I
Sorry
totally
to
agree
interrupt
with you, Mr. Glover, because the AIA, to me, trumps the, not our policy by any means, but that our sports has already been laid out for the fall if it goes, and we don't even know at this point if they're going to allow. Is that true? I mean, we have not heard yet that this is going to be okay, so.
like everything else during COVID, everything's under review on a daily basis. So, yeah. So President Kaler, members of the board, so we could put the caveat on it, and because my concern is sending a busload of staff and students out of county that we may not know the requirements of that county, and we have to be prepared to make sure that we are following the rules and regulations of that county. So we can put the caveat no out of county, including with the AIA, because I'm not sure that everyone's going to do the research to find out what the
Well, I was
rules
going
are
to
in
say, is
Pima.
AIA going to help
Yeah.
with that to navigate the teams that are traveling to different places? I mean, I don't know if that's part of their, if they're putting out policies or guidelines on that either. So that'd
I'm
be a
sure
good
with all the
question.
changes in the last 2 days that their policies and their PPE requirements and those things are changing too. Everyone is looking at the different requirements across the state. So I think it would be safe that any out of county could come for superintendent approval. So we just make sure that we don't get anybody in trouble by not knowing what the requirements are outside of the Maricopa County area.
Okay. That was clear as mud. I'm so sorry. Jewel lawsuits, Dr. Thomason, maybe you can bring us up to date on this little housekeeping item.
Yes, President Kaler, members of the board, we know that Higley has undergone changes physically with our campuses due to vaping issues, and there is a Jewel lawsuit that is out there that we can be part of this class action lawsuit should we choose. And so I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention. I can send you more information about it. The contract has been reviewed and commented on by our in-house district attorney, Linda Good, but it's something that would have to be approved by the board. And so there is a PowerPoint and information that I can send out to you, but I just wanted to bring this to your attention to find out at this point in time if we wanted to continue to pursue this, or we wanted to wait to see if something else comes about from the actions of the Jewel lawsuits that are out there. There's more than one company that's out there. This is just one that has one of many that has approached me on looking into going to a class action lawsuit against the Jewel company for the vaping issues we've had within our district and within our schools.
Dr. Thomason, did we not vote on a Jewel lawsuit? I thought towards the end of last year that it came to the board about joining a class action lawsuit. And if we can look back, I thought that it had come to the board to see if you wanted us to, if we wanted to move forward with that.
President Kaler, members of the board, I will definitely look back into that too, but I believe it's something we talked about, but we didn't come to fruition because COVID hit about the same time as everything was coming about. I will look through our board agenda and find out if anything was signed on that too. I don't believe it was, but I will double check on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's so many conversations that we have and things like that. I thought at one point it did come to the board, whether it was late last year or early this year, but I'm not for sure. It seemed familiar that it had come to the board, but
We did do a vaping presentation. I remember that, but I too can't recollect.
For some reason, I want to say that I thought that you had asked for permission to move forward on a class action lawsuit, but if we can go back and look, again, there's been presentations on vaping. I know we've had lots of conversations about it, so I don't know if it's crossing communication there, but I thought it had come before the board to join the class action lawsuit, but I'm not for sure, so.
We will definitely look into that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on that? More information would be great, Dr. Thomason. Anything we can do to protect our kids from vaping, I'm all for. So I think we all are in that department. Okay, we're going to go on to our board conflict of interest policy. Did y'all watch the video? Thank you very much. Thank Mrs. Reach for sending that out in advance. Just splashed my coffee, sorry. This is a PowerPoint, Dr. Thomason. I think you're going to briefly put us through this little document here, and then we all have our conflict of interest paperwork to sign.
President Kaler, members of the board, this comes to us courtesy of an audit finding that we had 2 years ago when we had an employee. It was an employee of the district who, unbeknownst to us, we were doing business with their spouse in a contracting industry. And so when the auditors came through and they did a phone number audit, they found out that one of our employees also had the same phone number as one of the businesses we were doing business with. It was at that time, it was unbeknownst to us that we had the conflict of interest. We had an audit finding, and a part of that audit finding would be training 100% of staff employees on conflict of interest. And so this comes to you courtesy of the audit finding we had 2 years ago that all employees and board members would have to participate in. So as you go through the PowerPoint, it just talks a little bit about what is conflict of interests and how we can avoid that. So, and who are the relationships? That's the most important one that you have to take a look at is direct relationships, a spouse, a sibling, a parent, a child, or the main relationships that we have to take a look at. And then this goes through the different policies and Arizona revised statutes regarding conflicts of interest. So is there really any questions in regards to this that we have? So I think if the board is okay with it, I think you have your sheets that you can sign, and we will make sure and get those turned in to Mrs. Reach, who will get them to our finance department, and then we'd be good on that. If there's no questions, we can check that one off the list quickly.
How do we give this to our substitutes? I noticed that we have to actually give this presentation to our substitutes, and I was just wondering how do we give this presentation to our substitutes? Do they have to go through a procedure before they can be on our approved vendor list, or how does that work?
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board, that would go through our HR departments. And so as we have new services with ESI, that they would be part of that, like they do other orientation things, conflict of interest and mandatory reporting, and all of the trainings that they have to go through.
Thank you.
This is where that in-house attorney's been really good from a board perspective, having conversations as a business owner within our district on what I can participate in and what I can't. Just a side note.
Yes, and you've been really good about that, Mrs. Reese. All right, so we are moving on. That was good. Thank you. Moving on to our review of our strategic plan, which I'm so thankful Mrs. Reach printed this for us. The strategic plan, our governing board self-evaluation, and our review of our board initiatives from last year and next year all kind of go together, in my opinion. So keeping that in mind, I would like to just go over our mission statement, vision statement. Mission statement: we are a school district of choice for students, parents, employees, and our community in an ever-changing world. And our vision statement: an innovative learning environment with students positively impacting our world. Has anybody had any thoughts or want any changes made to our mission, vision, strategic plan that we worked so hard on? I love that we have this up on our dais so that every time we have a decision that comes before us, we can look and see and kind of always bring our attention back to our decisions are based on the strategic plan. So how about we go through our board self-evaluation, keeping our strategic plan in mind at all times, and then also keeping in mind, where is it? I'm sorry. Our 4 initiatives last year. Keeping in mind, our initiatives from last year were improved professional development plan and timeline, adding a professional development coordinator, a defined technology student device plan and timeline, vision for hardware and software, professional development and technology for teachers, also review of Higley procedures, processes, and an accountability plan, and then also portrait of a graduate, what do they have in their suitcase? So these are the 4 things that we had last year. So again, keeping that in mind, our strategic plan in mind, as we go through our, why do you laugh at me, Mr. Glover? Our evaluation tool.
I'm looking at our initiatives and like we didn't do most of these. So the thing about it is, I'm thinking is we should put this at the bottom of our meeting agenda with upcoming future items. We should have these initiatives because I think we wrote them and then like we never really made time to revisit them. So.
Well, and here we're revisiting them now, and definitely, I kept this in mind when I was filling out my own kind of evaluation, thinking, I didn't really keep this at the top of my list last year, which whatever we decide moving forward for next year, we definitely need to keep that in mind along with our strategic plan.
Can I
So,
just interject
please go
real
ahead.
quick? Just for clarification, though, our governing board initiatives are not the governing board's responsibility. And I know that sounds kind of funny, but these are the initiatives that collectively as a governing board, we wanted to see the district work on throughout the year. We can't do these. I mean, we make decisions for sure, but these are initiatives, and kind of what our purpose of today is to kind of set the tone and expectation of what we would like to see come out of the next year. And that we can't, like the review of Higley procedures, processes, and accountability plan, that's not anything that any one of us board members can do. But I know that there was a lot of discussion through our board meetings when things came up, saying, had we had these processes, had we had this procedure, had we had these documented things, then we would probably not be dealing with this issue. So I just want to make it clear that we, as board members, individually, collectively, are not the ones to implement the board initiatives. And I hear Mr. Glover saying that we need to keep these in mind, we need to keep focused, for sure. But like the purpose of this retreat, which would have happened in March, is for us to say, what do we want our school district to work on next year? What is our focus? Like you were saying, portrait of a graduate. We want our administrators from the district level going down to the site levels. You know, what is our expectation? What do we want the students of Higley Unified School District coming out of high school? What do we want them to be prepared for, and how are we going to do that? It is not the board's responsibility to make that happen. It's the board's responsibility to set the tone, to set the expectation of what we would like to see come out of the next school year. It's the administration's responsibility to take this information and create goals and plans with our sites, with our district. So we need to just keep that in mind, that it's not the lack of any one board member, it's not the lack of we didn't make sure that there were agenda items, it's not, that's not our responsibility. It's the purpose of the retreat as we have it. We're late to the game, no doubt. COVID, we know this, it's thrown a wrench into everything. We're late to the game to try and say we're in mid-June and we want to set the tone for next year. We want to have certain goals and initiatives that are our focus of this next year in addition to our strategic plan. So I just don't want anyone saying, oh, well, I didn't do a very good job at that because of this, knowing that this is not, it's not our job to put this into place.
Well, I think we agree, but it sounds like we don't. I am a trust but verify sort of person. So if we say we want X, we have to check in, and we do have to put it on agenda items, and we should talk about it, and we should make sure that those things happen. I understand it's not us doing the work, But we do have a responsibility to check to make sure that we are asking for these things and that these things are being delivered. So it sounded like what I said and you said disagreed, but I kind of think we're closer than our two statements would suggest.
I hear you that we should be having checks and balance throughout the year, having a presentation or an informational item on, hey, where are we in the process of portrait to a graduate? We want an information item coming first quarter, second quarter, whatever, at some point, however we're doing this, that we want information on where we are. Is that okay? Yes, then we are on the same page, just different words.
Just to start off too, I don't know, did anybody do the leadership seminars with ASBA the past 2 weeks? The other day I took some notes and I'm just going to share with a couple things that I thought were really interesting from it. One was they hit really hard on some advocacy, which I'd never really thought about for us. I mean, I advocate here in Higley. Do I advocate outside of Higley? Do I advocate on the federal level? Does the board want to get more involved with that? Something to think about. A board focus should always be student success driven always. So that was like why we have a school board, student success. Clear, concise, and consistent messages are important. A united board is important. Keeping our personal opinions to ourselves and only share those of the DO opinions, so the district as a whole. I came away from it too also saying that, work studies are so important. I know some people do committees. Some school boards run committees. My sister in Nebraska, they're always in a committee meeting. I'm like, you're in another committee meeting. So it's just, again, having those work studies so that then when something comes to a vote, we are prepared and ready and we feel that we have all the knowledge of it. So anyways, those were just a couple of the things that I grabbed away from it that I thought were really good. Do you want to add anything, Mrs. Wilson?
Yeah, I actually went to the one on, was it Tuesday or Wednesday this week? I don't know. My days are getting very confused. And yeah, was it Wednesday? And yes, it was the same time as Governor Ducey, so I was trying to actually watch both, and I had my husband watching one, and I was watching the other, and he was feeding me the information. So it was pretty funny. But I did find it interesting how they said, as board members, we have to take the piece that we have to lose a little. And we have lost some. We can't be the voice of like, oh, this is my hat. Like, I just want to be a parent right now. Like, that's never always the case. We're always board members. And so that was very interesting to me. Like, we can never just go out in the community and have, oh, I'm just the mom of my two kids. And so that was interesting to me as well. And I did come away with it, with the advocacy, I can't say the word, thank you. Yes, thank you, piece. And knowing that I don't do well and that I do it locally really well. And I think everyone knows where my heart is locally, but the state level and even higher, I don't do well with that. So I did come away from that meeting or that webinar with that piece that might be something that if our board wants us to work on, that we need to start working towards. And that will be baby steps for me. But thank you.
Yes.
Say in the past, we've had different board members bring different value, bring different interests. And in the past, we've had people who have been very involved in the state level, and they were always the one you kind of relied on for that information. Not everyone has the time, the interest, or anything like that. So if we have someone who's interested in that, then I think that would be great to kind of support the board. Mr. Glover.
Can we just take like a 10-minute break? Would that be okay with everybody? IT, can we just take a 10-minute break? Thank you. Okay, welcome back. It's come to our attention, the board self-evaluation tool, we normally do this in October, and we probably did it at our October retreat, because that's when this is done by ASBA. It comes to us from them. And so if anybody wants to share something that they might have really, something that stood out to them, but I don't want to go line by line because we're going to do this again in October. So, but if there's something you really want to share, for me, one of the things I think that this board has done a great job with is the fiscally sound practices. Just our finances have been such in a better place. Also having more inclusive in our committees, not inclusive, yes, but getting voices from our entire community, staff, parents, teachers, getting everybody to the table on decisions. I think we've done a much better job in that area. Recognizing our students, any chance we can recognize a student for an achievement, I think we do really good job. Our social media department does a great job on that part too. What else did I find really good? Anyways, those were just a couple highlights for me, but does anybody want to share anything? Otherwise, we're going to move on to really just planning for next year and talking about last year and moving forward to this year. No? Not good. Okay, so let's read I'm going to read these. Did I read these already? Yes. So I already read 2019 and 2020. And I agree, Mr. Glover, that we didn't really push for a lot of these. There was a lot of conversations throughout meetings that we wanted processes, procedures, and more accountability. I'm not sure that we accomplished a lot of that either. So moving forward, what is going to be our focus for 2020-2021 school year? Concerns, focus, questions? Talk to me.
Can we ask Dr. Thomas and maybe Dr. Foley how many they feel like they could accomplish? How many like big items, how many small items? I'm not sure how many items they feel like they can accomplish. I think this year they have a better staff, a better handle on their staff.
Dr. Foley, I know that the one-to-one technology is coming to us at some point. I think I read that somewhere in your reports. So as far as technology goes, this has been an ongoing conversation with our board for many years. And so I'm excited to hear. And should we keep that for 2020, 21?
I think we need something in the technology realm. I'm not sure exactly how we should word it, but I do think we need to say something about technology.
Well, and trying to balance COVID, not COVID. I mean, COVID is part of our world, but there's another part of our world that continues on too. I think that our technology plan must change because of COVID, but this has been a real important topic for Mr. Witovich. So I think trying to understand where we have to go with COVID and our technology, and how do we make sure that from the initiatives and the perspective of the board that we're meeting other options, because it's not just the devices. Mr. Witovich, I mean, you've been asking how are we teaching the kids to utilize this technology, and we've done Canvas, right? And
well, Canvas came to fruition, and it has been, I think it really helped save us to, when COVID hit, that we were able to immediately get lessons online to our students like that.
And we're still not
we're not
complete with Canvas.
But the training has been going on all summer. I read that Laura Collins has just been doing nonstop trainings for teachers, and getting it down into our K-6. It's moving down even for, so let
And I think
Dr.
it's great
Foley.
that Canvas is going so low.
I would like, if you, for a second, because I think in setting your direction, I think it's very important that we set direction. And I think that when we look at this, there are parts and pieces that have been happening all, unfortunately, there's where we want to be, where we were, and there have been a lot of important things that have happened to help us get there. So I think when we look at the overarching goal of what we're working toward, there are a lot of things that have happened that are moving in that direction because we had to start where we're at. And there's some key pieces. And then I think, too, the ability to keep you updated in those work studies. When our last work study really was in February, sort of, life interrupted. But then also the work that happened toward some of these things how been we leveraged to move again. Because literally starting in the first week of May, we started training all of our K-6 teachers. We had a heavy push with Canvas at the secondary level so that we have a comprehensive learning management system. So when we look at professional development and those kind of things, so when I look at our goals, we have done a lot of work in parts and pieces to all of them. So I hear technology being really huge. I will share with you that in March, late March, we were on Teams meetings with Chuck Kelly and Robert and asking for what is the plan and what are we purchasing and what is the budget. And Dr. Foley and Dr. Thomason said, we will change that with that refresh plan because we will be one-to-one by the end of not this year, but next year, and changing, as you've seen in this in our status reports, the purchasing of student devices and the rolling of that out. I'm excited to share with you, we're working on implementation for our secondary schools all to have one-to-one by the end of first quarter. Devices have been ordered, but then that's a process of students having those devices, being able to take them home, parents understanding that process. But those devices are coming, and it changes our culture. The other thing that is although we started professional development with Canvas, the importance of it, it was not ideal implementation, I will give you that. But when you look at when things changed, the significance of it really drove our utilization of it far. And I will tell you that there were parts and pieces that we learned in the remote learning at the end of the school year that has only created for our own teachers the understanding of how important that is. In fact, we have shifted our entire new teacher orientation. Do you know that our new teacher orientation now is everything is through Canvas? And it's no longer, we are modifying it with a hybrid, but instead of HR coming and just talking to them and then payroll coming and talking to them, we're creating modules in Canvas, and our whole orientation will be on Canvas. And when we're with you face to face, we're going to be training you how to use the tool by modeling it with you. And so we're evolving that. So I think that we are parts and pieces toward this. And we're building it as we're flying it, but we have shifted mid-course because literally it was the end of March when we refreshed our plan because of necessity and then the training that goes along with it. The other piece I want to talk about too is that this year, coming in new at the beginning of the year, I had an opportunity to share with you the work that we had done with our administrators on standards curriculum instruction, and we had assessed as a new leader coming into the district, where are the leaders and what do they need for professional development? We really addressed PLC, we addressed data, we addressed what are we doing with our instruction, we aligned our professional development around that. So the ability to provide I think it's important that there are parts and pieces that have happened, and where we are right now should play a huge piece in setting what our goals are so that we can monitor that progress toward it, because and provide updates to you so you know here's where we are, here's where we're going, so that we can meet that goal together. But I think the big piece is that we're bringing everybody along with us, because I don't just want us to talk about it and say we did something, check a box. I want it to change our practice, bottom down, top up.
Can you share with us on the technology? Because one of our board initiatives was to define the technology student device plan and the timeline. And you shared that we're looking at the one-to-one for the secondary by the end of first quarter. What devices are we getting? I know we had talked about Chromebooks at one point. I know we had talked about the Microsoft Streams. Where are we going with that? And Do we have a clear platform? And I get part of this too is out of necessity, but are we on a clear platform? Where are we?
And one of the things I think would be really important for us to do is a deep work study for you to know and to share with you where are we with the devices and which schools, because quite honestly, we had him do a refresh, and look at his refresh plan and identify ordering more of the devices that were already on the campus so that on those high school campuses, we can get devices, being that the device could utilize multiple platforms. So you can do, in some cases, you can use Google on those devices. Chromebook doesn't dictate Google. Device allows us to use Canvas. It allows us to use Google. Again, we're building two pieces at one time, getting devices in hand and developing curriculum and resources on the other. At the same time, we're also trying to submit an AOI application so that we can start our own Higley Virtual Academy as well. So I think that we can provide, because I could pull it off of an email here from Robert Schroep, but I think it might be helpful for us to provide an outline for you so I don't misspeak on anything on exactly the number of devices that were ordered for what schools and what is kind of the plan for ordering devices and then for next year. So.
I think then it would be good if we want to keep technology as an initiative for us. We've kind of modeled what Dr. Foley's already telling us, that, first quarter, this is our goal for secondary, and then by the end of the year, we are 1-to-1 for the entire district. Is that how I'm reading this? Or Dr. Thomason?
Yeah, President Kaler, members of the board, that is our goal at this time. Our goal is to be a full 1-to-1 district by the end of the year. The thing that is holding that up a little bit is the unknowns with COVID-19, and we have experienced some significant costs in other areas. And so we are watching our financials carefully to make sure that we can continue on with the plan. We do know that before COVID-19 hit, Dr. Foley worked extensively with curriculum and instruction and IT to make sure that they're holding hands and they're moving forward together. In the past, that hadn't been happening. IT was on their own agenda and curriculum instruction was on their own agenda. So we have made that marriage work for curriculum instruction with IT, and so we're moving definitely forward in that aspect too. The hard part is, how much is COVID-19 going to cost us and where do we get the funds? We know we got the CARES money. We don't know exactly how much CARES money we have. We figure it's going to be about $600,000 and change, but how much is private schools going to take care of that? I can tell you right now, just in hand sanitizer and nothing else, no personnel, anything else, we've got $100,000 in hand sanitizer and sanitizer stations across the district. That's what we've got. We're also ordering it now in 55-gallon drums, which you can't get any cheaper than that. So one of the issues that we're going to have is that we're going to have somebody, because you can get it for 7 or 8 cents an ounce. If you buy it in the 16 or 12 or 30, then you're paying 26, 28 cents. But one of those things we're watching carefully. Now we got to make sure that those aren't thrown away and that we refill the gallon jugs that we have in each classroom and all that too. So sometimes bulk is a great idea. Sometimes bulk's not a great idea, just depending on how well you watch your supplies and how intensely you're using it and filling it up in that aspect too. But back to the IT issue, is that is our plan. That is where we're going. Dr. Foley has done an incredible job with working with Mr. Kelly and Mr. Schroep to make sure that we have a visualized, implementable plan. The most difficult thing is funding the plan.
What you have here would be one that what we could do is provide for you where we are right now and where we're going toward, so that we can define that for you. I will tell you that this is an important one for Higley. It is one that we need to robust out and make happen, and with some support across the board. So I think that this initiative is a good one, and I think it'd be important for us to give you where we're at and where we're going and get that feedback.
Okay, so I feel like if we had like a giant whiteboard, this would be easier, because I like everything that you guys said, and the marriage of curriculum and technology is so important, but Okay, so let's look at bullet item number 2. What if we just said improve technology and instruction? And I like the way that Ms. Wilson thinks. She's always looking, not dictating the little, you got to do this, 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 and this little checklist, but this is the overall picture. So if we're talking about adding this maybe to the end of our meetings as something that we sort of look at and eyeball, and then we mention, yes, we should schedule time to have a quick little update. If we just say improve technology and instruction, and then have 2 little sub-items, I think moving toward one-to-one, if you don't write that down, you're not going to shoot for that target. That's great to move towards. It doesn't say by when, but move to one-to-one, and then establish best practices for learning and teaching, or teaching and learning, because technology can do that. I mean, you could have all the computers you want, but if people don't know how to use them, it doesn't matter. So I would just say improve technology and instruction, smaller little bullets if you want to add, move to one-to-one. I don't think that's too specific, and then establish best practices for teaching and learning.
I like the word continue on the beginning of that. What was the word, first bullet you had? Or not the bullet, the first.
Improve.
Continue to improve, because I think we are improving. I think continuing is a good word to start with. Continue to improve.
Continuing to improve technology and instruction with the bullet points, moving to one-to-one, and your other is establish best practices in teaching and, is that what you said?
Teaching and learning, yeah.
Teaching and learning.
Right, I mean, Dr. Foley, that's not,
And again, when
That's
we talk
broad.
about established best practices in teaching and learning is very broad, but are you talking about specifically in the utilization of technology? And how we're using technology as an instructional tool and for our curriculum and for reaching the needs of our students?
yes,
Quite
but
honestly, it's nice because if you look at those 2 things, when you look also at our strategic initiatives, our student outcomes, and our teaching and learning is the environment and people, it's kind of the HR part. It actually allows us to tie those into it too. So I think those would be fine. And I would add that we would, I would suggest that we say best practices in teaching and learning and the utilization of technology if we want to make it specific, or we can leave that broad and we can provide updates on multiple things that connect to that.
I do appreciate the and utilization with technology, because I think even adopting our curriculums that we did with ELA and math, that was part of it. That whole technology piece was part of the pitch that was given to us. So again, making sure that teaching and learning is being both, with that technology piece being, yes, embedded, lovely word. So okay, I'm going to read it one more time. Is if we want to, add this on, continuing to improve technology and instruction, bullet points, moving towards one-to-one, maybe one-to-one in entire district, is that, or just say one-to-one? We get it.
I like it. Let's move to a one-to-one, because the goal was when I asked Mr. Chuck Kelly and Robert to put together the refresh timeline, was show me what it looks like for, obviously, if this year was we instead of our refresh program, show me what it would cost for this year, and then for next year, so that by the end of next year we had new devices. And again, the device that would allow us for multiple platforms, but that every student would have a device. So again, the funding of it is, Dr. Thomas is correct. But again, a plan for that, because even if it means we have to extend, we are working towards something, or we're being very intentional what we're modifying and when. So the idea of moving one-to-one with an established timeline, and then obviously the best practices with the utilization of that is.
yeah, I want to just interject, though. I am not in favor of one-to-one for K1, and you'd really have to convince me that in grade 2, that's fully appropriate as well. So when we say one-to-one.
What I was saying about one-to-one is that there are enough devices. Again, there's one-to-one being the number of devices. The one-to-one take-home, there would obviously be part of our processes in that, but that the use of technology is going to be even more as we evolve with curriculum. One of the things that this has taught us too is even in K6, we're having a common place to go to, so that in the event that for any reason you have to stay home sick, you're not able to be in school, you know where to go. So it'll be the use of, not necessarily the taking home of, those devices. So the one-to-one meaning, the enough devices for every kid to be on one at school at the same time for learning would be our goal, and that we've been talking about.
Dr. Thomason, did you have something you wanted to say?
President Kaler, I just wanted to reiterate the same thing that Dr. Foley was saying in the remarks that Scott Glover said, is that one-to-one doesn't mean that we have kindergartners and first graders taking home computer devices to work on them in that aspect too. I just wanted to clarify that was restated.
Have it available. Okay, so did you get that? So that's one. Check. Just going back to the first one, improve professional development plan and timeline, add professional development coordinator. We made great strides this year with our calendars in providing more PD opportunities for our staff. I know the PLCs too are always a work in progress at each site. I felt like this is one area we did actually do. Again, we asked to add a professional development coordinator. Is that something that we still want to pursue? Mr. Glover.
Be happy to speak to that. I think now is the perfect opportunity because I think I talked with Dr. Thomason separately, and I've talked, different people separately, but we've not all said it at once. So for Dr. Foley, I think you shoulder far too big a load, and I worry that we're going to kill you. And so that's not a threat. Yeah. So her eyes got really big in case the camera couldn't see that. No, I think a professional development coordinator or some role therein, and our conversations have been hit and miss. So if we're all here, let's talk about it. I think I would be in favor of it. Maybe it's not a person's 100% of their job. Maybe it's 50, 75% of their job. But how would you feel, Dr. Foley, about having somebody help coordinate all those things? They could report to you, and take your direction. I think it's helpful, and then I want to hear from Dr. Thomason, and then I would like to hear from you guys about whether you think that would be useful use of funds or not.
I think it's all about the ability to, I think there's limited funding that we've had in trying to prioritize what are the greatest needs. Would I love the position? Absolutely. Is professional development important? 100%. I think that if the money were no object, that would be absolutely the case. And I also think it's important for us to get the right person. I want us to have the right person. If we have the money, I want us to hire the right person so that they can come in and help make a difference, because it matters. And the coordination of it and the monitoring of it and the support of it is essential.
President Kaler, members of the board, we have talked about this quite a bit and taking a look at competing funds and what we can afford and what we can't afford. We have done some adjustments this year to our coaches. We have added some coaches that have done a great job. I've talked with Dr. Foley about this. At this time, coaches are helping with the professional development within their respective areas, within language arts, within mathematics, within the social studies, and so they are looking at professional development within our coaches area. But I agree. If funding is not an object, someone to take that responsibility and allow people to focus on their other academia and their specific areas to help teachers and to help those areas would be phenomenal. And then if we could pass that off to someone that would just do the planning professional development part and then bring the experts in for their different areas would be a best case scenario. But right now, I'm leaning towards Dr. Foley and what her needs are specifically, and she has had some other priorities, like getting a coach in for our world languages, and getting good coaches in for secondary programs and technology in that aspect too. And so, honestly, it's the competing funds that we have in that aspect, but nobody would argue that would be a phenomenal position to have if we can't afford it.
And it would help the coaches if they had somebody. I mean, because you're in so many places. I mean, if they were trained, and I think that would help guide the coaches as well. They'd be stronger.
Well, and I think part of the thing is part of the professional development is connected around the curriculum, the structure, and the standards. And one of the things that I've found this year and that we're working toward together is ensuring that all of our content areas and all of our grade levels have the standards, the curriculum, the instruction, and the instructional strategies where they need to be. And so the work has happened. We've really done a good job of identifying where we are and where we need to be and how we're going to get there with our teachers and teacher groups. And you bring up an excellent point. We're going to need to do that a little bit differently when we go into from the work we started to where we need to get. Being that pulling teachers in during the day with subs is going to be a challenge, because part of the professional development we've been providing is we're trying to do a better job during the day and bringing consensus around it so it's meaningful and relevant. So at any given time, we've got three-ring circuses happening with professional development. And one of the big things we did this year was, and that we're going to continue to build on with our administrators, is the work that we started with them on how do we make that time more meaningful and utilize it more, the embedded time that we're building in during the day for PLC, so we're more consistent across the board. So yes, our coaches are shouldering, and even with the PD coordinator, I believe they would continue to be part of that professional development because of its content expertise. A PD person also allows us to have more diversity in instructional strategies and methodologies and how we provide it. So it is professional development is important, and embedded and ongoing is going to be essential and specific to the needs of the curriculum and instruction for each teacher, and where we're at as a district is going to need to be how we prioritize the time we have with them. So we have made progress. I will say I'm proud of where we are in the progress that we've made, but I will also tell you we have a lot of opportunity and work to do still.
Thank you, Dr. Foley. I know that we all have kind of some of our wish lists in our own heads, and also you mentioned we did hire a world language coach, or we are hiring.
We're getting ready to finalize that to be brought for approval.
And we have two immersion programs within our district that need that coach.
That was an essential. It's not only for our two world language. It's not only for our two immersion programs, but it is also for our world languages across at the middle schools and high schools.
Because as they move up, we're going to have
part of having programs is ensuring the quality and integrity of what's happening in those programs, and there's a lot of opportunity for building on what we had and started and where we want to be, and so that's a big one. So yes.
And then you also it was quiet, but your secondary technology.
Secondary technology. We have recently done we're looking at hiring a secondary technology instructional coach to help support out. We also have Canvas, but we have Val Thomas for elementary. But if you're going to push a secondary, you're going to push a one-to-one initiative moving forward, and with this has brought forth the need for the instructional. I mean, the device is one thing. The use of that device and instruction in the classroom. Whole nother thing. So again,
I think this is something that that's been on, a wish list. So yes, I see the funding problem with this. I am excited how we've come so far with PD this last year, just opening up that calendar and rolling that out. But I understand the funding of yet another employee. So if this is something we want to keep striving for, I can totally understand that, but it doesn't sound like the funds are there to be putting that out there.
Well, we haven't talked about it, though. I mean, we did talk about it a little bit in the past, as the use of TOSAs. Do we teach her on special assignment? We've talked about utilizing our in-house talent, and I know Mr. Glover's brought it up several times, is that we need to look at what we have. And, when COVID hit, the first thing that came to my mind was Nancy Foote and the way she provides instruction for her class. And her instruction has always been recorded, and they watch that and they follow the instruction, and that's their homework, is to watch that piece, and then in the classroom, she's there to provide the support for them, and answer their questions and clarify and everything else. So we need to have a better understanding of the talent that we have within our district, and we need to offer a stipend, offer, a partial teacher on assignment, offer, something to utilize the talent that we have. We have so much talent in our district that we know a little bit of, and it can do such amazing things. And the one thing with the COVID that's made us do, because we did talk about PD on record it. When we have a PD, record it, make it available, have archives. If someone couldn't make it, then they can go and they can watch it. Have it be a live stream. We can reach so many more. Have it be a live stream, have them log in.
We could do a Zoom.
Right?
We've learned that well, right?
And have it recorded so those who couldn't make it can attend. And I think that because we were forced to change some things, that we need to actually kind of take advantage of this opportunity to look at doing that. And we need to try and tap into that. And like Mr. Glover said, it maybe not a full-time person, but how do we make sure the PD is relevant? Is there people that have those skills? Is there people who want to enhance that are looking for just that little bit of some of the leadership opportunity? Let me, dip my toe in it. I'm a leader on my campus, and, how I want to see if that next level may be for me, because just because we're good at it doesn't mean it's something we should do. And so I think we need to really start looking at our in-house talent. And while we may not be able to fund a full-time PD coordinator, I think that we can look at some in-house talent. We can utilize that. We've talked about TOSAs before. We've talked about stipends before. And start out slow, but make progress in that area. Don't get me wrong. We have made leaps and bounds in professional development from where we were, that we're honoring that time, that we're respecting it. We want it to be intentional. We want it to be informative. The last thing we want is for our teachers to go to PD and go, well, that's an hour and a half of my time I can never get back. We want them to be engaged. We want it to be meaningful. And so we're getting there. But I think we really need to still continue to look at our in-house talent. I think we can probably do some stipends and not a full-time thing, and see what we have out there. I know, like you said, the IT for secondary, having those devices, but not utilizing them, like Mrs. Kaler said. When we did our curriculum adoptions, it was, how do we make sure we're using that? And so, again, trying to look at our in-house talent and how do we help someone professionally grow, and how do we help our district get better at the same time? So I hear that the funding piece for a full-time PD coordinator, and I think this gives us the opportunity to look at different areas, because what's relevant and important PD for language arts is not relevant in PD for art or music or PE. How do we cover all those areas?
Well, to build on your point, and then also to Mr. Glover's, one of the things you've read about in the status reports is these Canvas ambassadors. You're absolutely right. that we need to build on our local talent. Nancy Foote is a great example. What we did quickly in the last, before the teachers left for summer, was identify who are the elementary teachers who had been utilizing this well, who were willing to serve in this ambassador role. Obviously, it was a very small stipend out of our Title II money, in which, if conferences got canceled, we weren't going to utilize it, but we needed some PD. Working on building that. The advantage of having a PD coordinator would be helping to know who are those individuals, who are those experts, so that we can utilize them, because it's multifaceted. You are right about the importance. So to teach is to learn twice, and we learn better from our colleagues. That's one thing we have found through this whole thing, is even our coaches are learning from our teachers from this process. Oh, how did you do that? Show me how to do that. So we're learning together. And I think that's going to be something we continue to do. The funding of it is the key piece, the funding of it, and then also having the right person who knows who the need is, and to begin to work with leaders to identify those internal experts to coordinate that. So money and people.
So I would say, I'm hearing different things, but I would say just try it for a year and then evaluate your return on investment. We do have district additional assistant funds. So it's just, and we're not broke. I mean, you just have to allocate funds, maybe give somebody the title of director of PD. It could be our strongest coach. I don't know who it is. If you have somebody in mind, that's fine. But having somebody dedicated to this supports a lot of the points in our strategic plan. And for our size, we probably should have one. And a PD director and good PD, providing good PD, supports our young teachers, who most of which, I don't know if most, that's probably an overstatement, but many don't make it to their 7th year. And so having a structure to get, and our teacher training programs, let's face it, they're okay, but we end up taking on a bulk of that work to get those teachers competent and confident to stay beyond 7 years. So, and then I just want to tell you, I'm going to attempt to be folksy for a minute. So, when I was a young lad, no, it won't be that long. I was
Going back to Poland?
Well, it happens to be, today is my 22nd anniversary, so I was reflecting about this. So I knew I wanted to marry my wife, and I was a young teacher in Arizona, so if I made $30,000, I don't know. I had enough money to buy, like pizza and beer on a Friday night and nothing else. I remember thinking one time I needed a vacuum cleaner, but I had to save for like 6 months before I could afford it. So I was talking to my friend, and I was like, man, I'm never going to have enough money to buy her. Like, it's going to be like a tiniest engagement ring. And I think he punched me, and he said, look, if I waited until I had enough money to have a diamond ring or to have a house or to have children, I wouldn't have any of those things. And I thought, So I took out a loan, and I bought the ring, and here we are 22 years later, and I have a house, and I have kids, and my wife has an engagement ring and a wedding ring, but I made that leap. And so I think this is the same kind of situation. Sure, would it be great to give money elsewhere? This is something, if we're going to do it, something else has to give, and you just got to commit to it.
It's that prioritization. How high are we going to prioritize this as a district? Like you said, put your money where your mouth is type thing. Is we keep talking about it, and we say how important it is, and we really want to do it. And you're absolutely right. If we wait until we have the money, that money's already spent on something else. So we're never going to be sitting around going, I have an extra $100,000. What do I want to do with that this year? Because everybody, they always have that, if we have it, I want it. If we have it, I want it, So I completely agree. And I think just as a board and a district, we've got to determine, where do we prioritize this? Is it one of those that say, hey, we need to just bottom line figure it out, and let's figure out where that money's going to come from and do it? Or, like Mr. Glover, do we do an interim? Do we try it? Do we, to see, does this work? Is it what? But those are those conversations that we need to have. How high of a priority do we want it to be?
I think the biggest point here, though, is if we don't get the right person, it could be detrimental. So just training is the biggest cost here. I know that the salary's high, but if we spend time on training a person and we get them into, getting them to know Higley, getting them to do all this thing, and they're not the right person for the job, we've seen this time and time again, where we get somebody and we do it fast because, the board has said that we need X person, or, Dr. Thomason thinks he needs this person. And then we get this person in here, we spend hours and hours training them, and they're not the right person. It's actually more detrimental, I think, to our budget, and it's more detrimental to our culture. It's more detrimental across the board. So I want to give that leeway of finding the right person too, because just to hire someone and to hope and pray that they're going to work and that we're going to be able to bring them up and get them in the right spot, I don't know that that always works out to our favor.
And I don't think anyone's saying
So-
just hire
no,
somebody.
so
I
I
think
think
it's, do we prioritize the money to find the right
Yes.
person?
So I
Yeah,
think it's
absolutely
prioritizing
agree.
the money and making sure that we have the right person and not just, this is in the initiative for this year, so we need to get it done by this year. It might not happen this year, but I think starting to look for that person, and I think, have you been? I mean, I have no idea if you've been looking for that person, if you've put that feelers out.
We've had some individuals that have come in that would be an excellent choices for those positions, but I think it's still something that is going to be in the purview of curriculum and instruction, and so I would leave that up to Dr. Foley to find the most appropriate person for the vision that she is setting up for curriculum and instruction.
So I think that is the big piece of this that I would like to make sure that we're handling, putting the right person in, not just an intern, not just, trying to throw somebody in that, a coach, they might fit the position. I want to get somebody who's in the right. And I think everybody's under that same thought process. I just want to make sure that that's very clear from my seat that I want to get the right person.
I would never.
No. Mr. Witovich, did you have something? So if we want to keep this on our initiative, we need to come up with some fabulous wording. Mr. Glover?
I mean, I don't think it's bad the way it is.
I mean, I think we still need to continue to improve professional development plan and time, not so much, I think we could take out the word timeline. Continue to improve professional development plan, parentheses, or bullet point, add professional development coordinator.
I think the biggest part of that is if this board wants to prioritize the funding for it. Because I hear what you say. You guys say this would be a fabulous position, but trying to find the money.
Well,
Do
and
we say
do we say then
find the money?
do we
I
say
mean-
find the money, or do we say, do we sacrifice something that we talked about earlier, having a possible in-house attorney for a job like this? I mean, we could
President
direct.
Kaler, members of the board, we're watching Arizona state legislation extremely carefully because we know that next year could be a very difficult finance year. I would be happy if we said is that prioritize a professional development coordinator. And so we want to take a look, because if they don't set Arizona revised statute at a minimum loss of 2%, and then we have 5% or 7% of our kids that don't show up, we are already in grave danger of funding issues.
And then we're going to be cutting something and
Yeah.
trying to add and cut and.
So
Well, and
I
I'm
do
good with
believe it's important.
prioritizing that.
Yes.
But I know several lower positions were created this last year. And while that salary may not have been as high as what we would make this, if you combine those lower positions and you combine those salaries, because let's be honest, it's a lot easier to swallow, I'm hiring whatever it may be, and the salary's 45, 50,000, and you do that 2 to 3 times over, you're at a salary of 150,000, but we're looking at as a one here, this is this, and then months later, we may be looking at a one here, and so we're not collectively putting that together. And would we have prioritized this position at 100,000 or whatever, I'm just throwing that number out there, would we have prioritized this over some of those other support positions? So I'm okay with prioritize that. this would need to be the next position we would hire. And even if it's a lower grade, we need to look at that. What is the necessity of that? Not saying we're going to go out and spend this money really quick and, make this happen, but kind of saying we're prioritizing this. This is going to be the next position that's hired when those funds are available, even if it is lower level, that collectively that several of them would make up the salary on that. So I'm okay with prioritizing it with the understanding of this is our next thing that we need to have.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Glover.
You don't mind? I'm sorry, I know I'm talking a lot, but I always look at Title II-D funding could be used to fund an employee, right?
Right. Well, and some of the other additional pieces actually came out of braided funding from grants that sometimes there are certain line items and they can't you can't hire certain administrative roles out of that, but you can hire certain support roles out of this. So again, it is the prioritization of the need, the function, and the funding sometimes that helps dictate that. But yes, and again, those additional pieces are funded partially out of Title II, partially out of CTE, and we craft their job as such because of that job function that we can utilize the funding for that purpose. And so sometimes that's exactly how we've done it, but yes.
Okay, so for these guys, Title II-D funding, we get it every year, and so I've always over the years have looked and see how much is left over, because I think, geez, there's $35,000. That's, they could.
Can I tell and to build on that, speaking of this year being the fact that I have right now, as of this week, actual people in roles, director roles that were vacated, from student information to the compliance to the secondary executive director, who are there, and our new person, Felicia Malloy, who comes to us with extensive knowledge on these grants, is helping us figure out what we have, how we have it, what we can and cannot do. And she comes with a tremendous amount of experience, so it's helping us even get a better wrap a hand around our compliance and our opportunities and utilization of that. So that is a plus for us.
So leap and buy that engagement ring.
Huh?
All right, so if we want to keep that as, I was just going to mention too that I know that, science adoption's coming, and with that, again, I've had discussions with Dr. Foley, but also with staff that with the new science curriculum, they want a science coach for secondary and elementary. There's always a want, a need, and I know we can't fill them all, but I like the word prioritize this so that it's on the top of our list for the next, as you said, the next employee that we are looking to hire. Dr. Thomason, did you want to say something? Are you good?
No, I believe, thank you, Vice President Reese, you summed up my thoughts perfectly when you talked earlier, and so I was just shaking my head, and I hear what she was saying, and that's my thoughts and attitude and beliefs also.
Okay, so let's continue to improve professional development plan, and prioritize a professional development coordinator. How about that? Good. Okay, moving on. We have, yes, please. Yes, what do they have in their suitcase?
Well, I was just thinking, as far as instead of portrait of a graduate, I'd like to put dash tools for success out of the suitcase. Let me start. I see, in my job, you all have children in the school district, okay? I see your product every day. I have conversations with your students who graduated, whether it be they're going to go out into the job market right away, they're going to go and get a 2-year degree, they're going to get a job immediately, or some training, a 2-year job, or go on to med school. I see a variety of them coming through at the community college level. So I have that conversation with them, and I ask them, the Higley students, how well prepared have you been? Did you have a conversation with somebody? How did you come up with this idea? this has been one of my passions, and even with Vice President Reese, as we went on tours for over 6 years and having lunch with the students, variety of conversations where students may have spoke with the counselor 10 times, another student 0. I mean, it was just the whole thing. And I always, it's so important. I wish when we entered the building, I would love to see in our building that says, our journey, your career journey begins now. You know, so as soon as you walk in that school, it begins now. It's everybody's business. It's everybody's. As a team, we need to do this, because I feel right now for us, okay, we've got all these little pieces, everything that's happening. We're set to drive the kids to the airport. We don't have a driver for the bus. We don't have a driver for the bus to take them to the airport or plan on what they're going to do. And Vice President Reese, you said, well, we need to put some things in priority. This has been my priority, and it's been yours, and it needs to happen. And we get over $100,000 plus a year. Let's just have this conversation from dual enrollment. Okay, so we got the change there. Okay, so what better thing to give back to our kids with that money? Okay, we buy a microscope here, we buy here, but really, as a board members, we don't know where it's kind of nickel and diming, and it's being blended into this community here. Let's do something creative in the district here, in the community, and say, hey, you're getting over $100,000 plus a year. Let's bring somebody on board, a coordinator that can do this together. Because right now, you're all sitting there going, yeah, we want tools for success. We want these kids to be successful. But the room is down the hallway, second floor. You got to go through these doors, and you got to figure out where it is. That's not telling your kids, we want to give you tools to be successful. It's telling them it's okay, and we'll figure it out. But you got to put the money, bang for your buck. And if we're going to open our mouth and say it, let's put some money here, guys. Let's talk about it. And I'm telling you where your money is, and it's sitting there, and we're not doing anything with it. And those things are just important. I mean, there's so many things I can sit here and tell you about. There's college success class, career success classes you can have for your students that tell them, we've talked about how to set up checking accounts, how to look for a house, how to get a mortgage, all these type of things. I mean, there can be a lot of different things. Career assessments, let's talk about that. We can do some career assessments with the students to even have that, generate that conversation, say, hey, you know what, here's some career assessments here. Have you ever thought about going into this career? Job market, okay, for our students to even look for a job. Artificial intelligence, let's talk about that. AI is the buzzword for this next generation. When you go to apply for a job, it's artificial intelligence that's screening that resume, that's screening the questions, that's even screening you as you talk as far as the answers. Are we having a conversation with our kids about artificial intelligence and how to answer these questions, how to go for a job interview, how to shake hands? No. We're not giving them the tools. We're talking about it. We've been talking about it for 6 years I've been on here, and I'm telling you where the money is sitting here. Let's put the money there. Let's get some things going here. We've got some media centers that we're going to be putting in place. So let's get some qualified people in there that with some extra money here that have the skills, professional development, that can, when these students walk into these media centers, bang, there's a person there that can have that conversation with them and do all those type of things. Okay, I mean, it's much needed, and you can have career fairs. I mean, let's think of all the things we can do if we had the right person, like you said, from professional development. If you put the right people in place, let's stop just talking about this, and let's put some money here, and we got the money. Okay, so let's talk about that, but it's there. So that's where I'm at in reference to. I just want, no matter where, when they walk across that stage, be it a 2-year or directly in the job market, whatever, I want them to be successful, and I want them to be, they have the ambition and they have the knowledge and the skills to be successful. That's what I want for every Higley student that graduates from the school district.
And Mr. Ratovich, like you said, we've had this conversation.
Yes, we've had this conversation
multiple times, and I think when we go back and talk about it, when you mentioned no one has a checkbook anymore or a check register. Everyone they do their online banking and say, oh, I got money, here, I can buy this, and things like that. But to understand rent, utilities, interest, credit scores, how doing something impacts your future, because even though the laws have changed with credit cards and college students, let me tell you, they are still out there and they hunt them down. They don't care, they don't have a job because they're a student. And what they choose to do with that credit card solicitation can make or break their credit score for a long period of time. And they shouldn't have to take a class like marketing or DECA to be able to get that information. I understand that in marketing, they're top budgeting. But that's a skill that we've talked about they need to know. And it's fallen on the school districts to teach them, and it's a different generation. And we've talked about this, and like you said, when we've met with students, I think people also have the wrong perception of our counselors spending all their time with your top tier students. That is not the case. I know multiple times when we've met with students, our number 1, number 2, number 3 ranked students had said in 4 years, I've met with my counselor 4 times when they've come in my English class every time. I have never met with my counselor outside of that. And so their success for their future has either fallen on them researching or their parent guiding them and everything. So this is something we've talked about, and how do we help support those students? Fortunately, those top tier students either have the ambition to go find that information on their own, or they have the support of their parents and help them find it. But what happens with those BC students that don't have that they, I had several conversations with students on, did you know you can have, even as a B student, you can get a full scholarship to Chandler Gilbert? And they, really? I didn't think I had the grades to qualify for that. So these are the conversations, and that goes with you as well, with the portrait of a graduate. What do we want? It's not graduating those top tier students. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at the middle of the road student, and how do we support that? And I think part of that too, like you said, with a coordinator, but we talked about, while our high schools have the PD on Wednesday mornings, what's happening for the students. And we've talked about some of that, and I think this is where Mr. Glover's point comes to, is we've not circled back to that. We've been told, well, we've had this, I think Mrs. Kaler said, yoga was, different opportunities, but how do we make sure that every learning opportunity is taken advantage of, that it's out there? We can't make them take it, but boy, we can put it out there and put it in front of them. And so, and so many do that for free. Banks, MidFirst Bank, Compass Bank, they're willing, even at that hour, to come and help and explain. And I have conversations with my tellers and my bankers, and they're like, oh, you have no idea how many people come in here and don't know how to write a deposit slip. And granted, a lot can be done online, I get it. But how do we prioritize and capitalize on what could be a learning opportunity? Again, we can't make them take it, but how do we make sure we're putting it in front of them?
My biggest concern too, with, like you said, Mrs. Reese, is our top 10% of our students are so successful. I mean, they really work hard for what they have, and and they are very motivated. But again, those BC students, there's so many opportunities out there for them too, and I do worry about they get lost in the shuffle. And so yeah, I agree that we need to focus on Portrait of a Graduate this year, and I don't know exactly how that looks, but I know that that was a big topic from the National School Board Association just a year ago. That was the entire, like, every class I took was Portrait of a Graduate, Portrait of a Graduate. It was a big push in that, and sadly, the schools are expected to offer more to our students than ever before. You know, how to sign your name. There was a gap of students that did not learn cursive, and I have one of them in my home. In fact, I have two.
Speaking of what we mean by a portrait of a graduate, so let me share with you, because having attended national conferences over the last 5 years, this has been a huge move across the nation, is this idea of a portrait of a graduate. And what's interesting is some districts have done it very different than others, and have just titled things Portrait of a Graduate. To do what a true portrait of a graduate is, truly, it's almost like a strategic initiative process that involves community, teachers, stakeholders. The portrait of a graduate is, what are those attributes and overarching characteristics that are so essential? Kind of, if you think of a Trivial Pursuit piece, and in a whole piece, you know, the whole child, the whole piece are the essential attributes, which, you know, obviously we focus so heavily on academics and standards and learning, and that's one piece. But when we think of a portrait of a graduate, these are the essential things that when students leave our system, we want to ensure that they have. And the portrait of the graduate then becomes it becomes our North Star, if you will. If these are the attributes that we say are essential, how do we align what we're doing in our system, pre-K-12, to build those opportunities intentionally, systemically throughout, not just because I show up to something or happen to get it, because we intentionally align our learning opportunities, yes, curriculum instruction, but more than that, our intentional pieces to it. In some districts, the portrait of the graduate has replaced what is well, obviously there's a strategic plan and mission and vision, but what we do and our goals are aligned to what are we going to do this year for this part of the strategic, of our portrait of a graduate. So I think that doing it and doing it well is really, really important, because otherwise it's something we talk about, it's a document we create, but it hasn't shifted or changed our practice. It takes time. I know, and this is my first year here, but I know that my 5 years previous after leaving Higley, 3 of them were spent learning, started a process that began with, regardless of who the leadership was, this is continued. And because of the system, chose a consultant to work with through this whole process that continues. I think we need to decide what we want to do with that portrait of a graduate, and starting to define what those look like, and aligning across. I believe it's something that will, if we do it right, it's not a one-time thing, and it's not a quick thing. It's going to take us some time to get it there, so we know what we mean, what we define, but we have to start it.
Really important, as far as I was just having these flashbacks when I was back in Michigan. We even, as the community part, in 6th grade, we would bring all the students together. We had 7,000. They'd come at different times, and they would have a luncheon, and they would dress, the 6th graders would dress for success. They would have a little pretend resume. They would, about careers that they're thinking about, and then they would sit at tables and have a nice lunch, spaghetti and things like that, and a popsicle. But then they would have a conversation with business people at that table. So it brought our business community together with the students. So, I mean, like we were just saying, it starts, and it needs to be a whole path.
Well, I think I shared with you, I don't know if I shared with all of you, but what my sister's school, 9th grade, on one day a year, the 9th graders go to, I forget if it was the businesses, and 10th grade go visit the colleges, and the 11th grade go visit the business, or they do mock interviews, and 12th grade did something else. But and I know, like you say, this is going to be, if we truly want to do this well, it will take time, it's process. But if we don't ever have the first step in it, we're never going to get it off the ground. So we could keep this here, but I think then we need to say, at some point, we want to have a work study on what does a portrait of a graduate look to us, and what are those key things that we want to start putting into.
But our goal is to get to this. What would a plan look like, or what are some options for a process, or in the involvement in groups to, what does some examples look like? Who do we want involved in that process? When are we going to implement it? I think are all things, to do it well, would be to be intentional about what is it we all are looking at and looking for, and decide how to get there.
And on top of the academics and the checkbook, we have this social emotional part too, that is just as
Huge part of the whole.
It's become a very big part, and I think that, I mean, that's going to be, part of my conversation on Wednesday, is that these kids are coming back from a traumatic event in their lives already. Like there's been trauma to some of these kids not being in school, and we're going to have to think about that too moving forward. And so that's the other piece of the pie, is the social emotional learning of our students as well. And so, and more of that has fallen on schools than what's being done or expected at home. And that's just kind of how this has evolved. But I'm with you. I agree that we have to do more, and I don't know how that looks, but I definitely want to keep it as an initiative that we strive for.
This is June. So if we're having this conversation, are we going to continue this conversation at a work study session, like maybe to say, okay, where are we at? I mean, because I don't want to just talk about this, then next year talk about it again. I mean, come on, let's. We've been talking too long.
Well, and I think too, Mr. Witovich, with these media centers, I really want to see how this is going to look with our CGCC representative on campus, 2 days a week at each campus. I want to see how that looks. I want to see how moving. I know there's some shifting going on at Higley. I'm not sure exactly what's happening at Williamsfield, and sadly, I know we're hiring more at Higley. I hope it gets better for these kids as far as knowing who I can go to talk about college and who that person is. That's a go-to person, a staple in the media center. But also, our counselors, that's been another conversation we've had. The overturning of our counselors, number one, is so hard on our kids. My own kids didn't even know who their counselor was, because one was EVIT, but then that wasn't EVIT, and then K changed to freshman to 10th. Like, there needs to be some continuity with our counseling as well. I think we've had that conversation, that our counselors, I would love for them all to stay every year. And I know that they won't, but that's a goal, and I want them to feel appreciated by us so much. But having that same counselor 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, I remember Mrs. Holden. I remember my counselor because she followed me. And we did meet more than just for 3 seconds in our English class. And for those that don't have an English class, they didn't get to meet their counselor at all, if they took it online, which has happened. So I agree. We're lacking in this area, and we need to do better. We need to do more.
And I think we're kind of crossing over here, and I think that's why that our initial initiatives were really good. I think understanding what Dr. Foley was saying of the portrait of a graduate, and to make it right, to do it right, it's not a one and done. It's not just defining what it is, it's ensuring we're meeting all that. So what I would recommend for our board initiatives is that we ask for a definition, and what does it look like? What would the process be to do this right? And an estimated timeline. So by October, November, I'm just throwing things out there. It's nothing what the definition of what the true meaning of this portrait of a graduate is. And then we would understand what that process is. And then if it's requiring a committee, that then by February, that committee has been put together and has met once or twice. And then in April, some recommendations of at least this first part of processing what this portrait of a graduate is. And I think we're almost talking about three different issues is we need to understand what that is, and it's not an overnight thing, and it's not even a one-year thing. And I think understanding that and moving towards this portrait of a graduate, this is what we're looking at. And in addition to that, what we have talked about is those early releases or those late starts, what enhancements, what opportunities. We have said that, yes, we want to support our teachers and PD, but we know those kids are going to be on the high school campuses during that time. We have asked for opportunities of enrichment be provided for them. And back to what Mr. Glover, we haven't circled back to these things. There's so many things that we have put out there that we've never circled back to. So I think that being something that the board wants as an initiative to have, and however we want to know what and additional opportunities are being out there. How is that being handled? How is that being scheduled? What's happening there? Because that's where it's kind of crossing over between what Mr. Witovich is saying, what Mrs. Kaler is saying, the portrait of a graduate. How do we make sure they have those tools? So they kind of cross over, but what I'm hearing from you is the portrait of a graduate is a much bigger thing, and if that's what we want to do, then we need to know what that process is, because I don't think any of us know, and obviously you have some information there. And then circling back with Mrs. Kaler, it goes back to the review of Higley procedures, processes, as an accountability plan. We have, it all keeps coming back together. We've had turnover, and like you said, making sure that there are things that when there is a change in administration, certain things continue. But where is that documented? We don't. We, I think, need to look at, from a district, what is in the best interest of students from a counseling standpoint? Is it more successful and in the best interest of students to move them through grade level? You're with the same counselor and you're moving in through grade level. Or is it in the best interest of students for their success to do alphabet so they get to be adaptable and I don't know what the answer is, but I'm very confused when we're doing the best interest of students, how it's done differently we only have 2 high schools. What is the best interest of our students? What provides the best success? And why would be providing the best success at one school be different than another school? So I think that these are some things that we need to be looking at, but I think those are just examples of how we circle back to our procedures, processes, and accountability. And when we make that decision, how do we keep that decision the same? We do want our schools to make certain decisions, but we always want them to make the decisions in the best interest of students. Always. It's our strategic plan, everything we do. So how is that different from 2 miles apart?
I'm assuming because the campuses are different with different demographics of kids.
But so try and tell me why are they more successful alphabetically versus grade level? I mean, I would have to understand why. And we need to make the decisions on the best interest of the students, not what's most convenient for us as adults or what. So, but what my point is all these keep coming back to tying into, we don't have any documented processes and procedures. So we don't know what that looks like, so we keep having variations. And if our expectation is on those late start Wednesdays, it doesn't have to be a policy, but there's no reason it can't be a documented process, best practices, or expectation that 50% of your late starts have some enrichment, or what, and I'm just throwing things out there. That's not for me to decide, but it's what, as a board, what we want to direct for us to do, what's best interest of our students, and then how does that all play into the portrait of a graduate? How does that all play into giving them tools for success? So these initiatives are great because they all kind of come together, because they all tie into each other. If we have the great PD, and while we're doing that PD, we're providing learning opportunities for our students, then we have the technology for them to do it, and we're meeting all those needs. So as you were talking, it's like, well, but then that goes into our policies and procedures, and or I won't even say policies, and I keep using the word policies. That's very different. Our policies are very different, but I think we need documented processes and procedures and best practices, what our expectations are. But we need to be driven by what's in the best interest of students, and so we need to figure out why the best interest of our students are different. So,
So as looking at this, if we want to keep Portrait of a Graduate, which I believe we want to keep this on here and dig a little deeper into it, we could put it as define portrait of a graduate. I would do the dash tools to success, and then underneath I would be maybe a little bullet points of, you know, I don't know how to put it, but
a timeline. I mean, we need
a timeline,
know
like a
timeline.
commit.
Well,
we need to know what it is.
I think it would really help for us to take a look at some examples that exist out there, and there are in other states that have done things. In fact, and again, these didn't start as they're not a one and done year. These are multi-year products, but let me tell you something. When we took a look at some examples, there was a Jefferson County in another state that created a portrait of a graduate, but then even their professional development plan for their teachers, they defined their portrait of a graduate. Then there were skills and attributes that were for students and for adults. Then they align their district processes and procedures, again, back to this portrait of a graduate. So again, it's an overarching skills and dispositions that then guide the work that we do with students across. So it would be helpful maybe to look at some different examples to see what are some of the things that we like in the different formats that are out there, and then decide, if possible, if we want to proceed that way, what process, what are we striving for, and then what process might we use, and who do we involve to get there?
I'll get you a couple names. We would send our secondary school counselors to New Tier High School in Chicago. It's a suburb of Chicago, and they are like the #1 school in the country in reference to everything that we just talked about here, and in reference to what's taking place. So yeah, I'll get you some information.
Can you repeat that
There's
high
things
school name?
There's things that we need to lead the island, you know, and see what.
And sometimes it helps to look at examples, and then sometimes it also helps other districts who have gotten serious about this, have hired consultants who are experts in guiding people through this process. And again, they help guide us on what needs to be done and who we need involved, and we have involvement in the process, but they help us get to the outcome. So that's a possibility. But I've seen a lot of things called a portrait of a graduate, but not necessarily, title alone did not shape or change the intention of the process or the document, if you will.
Mr. Witovich, can you repeat that high school name?
It was New Tier High School. But
Yeah.
I don't know if our counselors are members of the American Association of High School Counselors. I hope they are, because there's national
think they are.
conferences. And I know back again, we would bring in from DC, the national organization, the consultants from that organization to look at our department counseling and see what takes place. Because my thing is, I don't want to put more work on the counselors.
No, they already do a lot.
They need somebody over here with the expertise that knows about the mini med school programs, knows about all these different things. So that's.
Well, the other part of that too, I had a thought. Now
Well, and it sounds like we're using the term portrait of a graduate, just like you and I, Mrs. Kaler, were talking about restorative justice. There's different meanings, and
Different levels.
when using the term of restorative justice, that there's an actual program of that, we're like, no, that's not what we're asking for. So I want to make sure we're using the
Right terms.
appropriate things, because based on what you're saying, the true kind of portrait of a graduate thing, kind of like with us with restorative justice, is different than what Mr. Witovich is asking. And that's why I wanted to say, I think we need to define what a portrait of a graduate is. And just like we talked about from a restorative justice, maybe we need to use a different term.
Maybe it's more
that
of a
we're-
tools of success for our graduates.
Right, that maybe we're not really looking at
Portrait of
a
a graduate.
portrait of a
but
graduate.
tools they have in their pocket to be a successful graduate.
So,
Well, you could say graduate person, but I think that's probably even more what I'm looking at is them having the tools to go out and be. Does that make sense, Dr. Foley?
to make them be a
I would-
productive member, whether they go to school, whether they go to
Well,
work,
and-
whether they,
This goes back to our virtual graduation, which I, again, commend us on this. I know Dr. Thomason, that graduations are now being canceled on the west side, and they didn't get anything. So I'm grateful our kids got something this year. But it was so cool to see their slide this year, to see what each student was gonna go do. And it was so awesome, and I love that. I hope we continue to do that for our graduates in the future. But that, yeah, it made them stop and think and write something down. And I want that for every kid. I want that for every student that goes through our doors, that they can go out and say, I'm looking forward to doing this. And I'm,
no matter what it is, that
yeah, no matter what
help
there was
them.
some going to the workforce, some military, some mission, some two-year college, four-year college, technical trade. You know, it was so good to see. I just want to make sure we're not losing any along the way. And on that also, on that note, I know when we talked about approving a late start, one of the biggest conversations we had was we don't want that time to be null for our students then. And we're already a year, I mean, I know COVID, I get it, but we can't keep blaming COVID on everything. And so again, that late start needs to be productive for our students too, especially for those 8-hour students that have a
Have the
30-minute class and then they sit around on the campus. I know our media centers could be very instrumental in that time frame to offer seminars or little classes on different topics. But I think we should stick with something of a graduate, but I don't know if we're really thinking portrait of a graduate after
Well,
you have explained it to us a little more.
Okay, and so I think that that's an important thing, though. So what you're wanting to do is identify what are essential opportunities students who will graduate from our district will have that are life skills or
adulting.
You're looking at starting maybe, and maybe it's a first step toward this idea of defining a system driving piece, but maybe you're wanting to get a clear idea of what are we doing in common for our students with tools that they leave with the high school with to prepare them for the next step.
I have something written like tools provided for every graduate to be successful,
And if we can begin to define
Or
what those are.
enrichment.
learning opportunity.
This is on a very small level. We'll define what we think those are, and then where and how are we being intentional about that is kind of what you're thinking at.
Probably need a work study to define what those are.
Well, yeah, but I want to
So
come
we
up
have to
with
have
some kind
something
of
here, but
for an initiative, if this is what we want to keep for an initiative. But I think we've seen that it maybe not be the portrait of a graduate so much as the tools of success for our graduates.
Clearly
Right.
define
President Kaler, members of the
Yes,
board.
please.
I say a portrait of a graduate definition here represents a school district's vision for the 21st century skills, character traits, and/or social-emotional competencies that students need to succeed in college, career, and life. And that's one thing that I just pulled up. And then we would have those bullet points underneath those that we would start defining in those different areas. And so I think portrait of a graduate.
I think we could probably
Does
use the term portrait
how
of a
about
graduate, but not, I mean, kind of like we were
define
talking about
for
restorative
us.
justice.
Maybe define for our school district.
Portrait of a
what-
Higley graduate.
Yes, define a portrait of a Higley graduate dash tools, enrichment tools, something, please.
Can I offer a phrase?
Oh, please, help me out, Mr. Glover.
All right, we got portrait of a graduate, I like it. How we prepare students to become contributing members of society. So that could mean any number of things. It could mean job, family, life, but how we prepare students to become contributing members of society. Think about that, it's actually pretty all-encompassing.
Well, and I think that goes back to our strategic plan, is one of those things was, well-rounded educational experience.
Well,
But I know that was one of our student success was, that they come out with
And
that
part of
whole
it does,
piece.
right. And part of it comes around to that
read
academic
again.
piece, you know?
Prepare members.
How we prepare students to become contributing members of society. If you don't like it, that's fine. I'm not feeling very hurt.
I actually think it's really good. Contributing, I feel like, is a great word.
Successful, that's fine. Successful members of society.
Successful members of society.
But see, you can tie everything back to it. See, we were talking about like this, the media center and the career counselor position, and I'm all in favor of it, and I know we were talking about money. I just want to mention, 500 more students than we anticipated last year, so that's like $2.5 million. So to fund 3 positions, we do have the money to do that if we commit to it. But that's a step in the right direction. And the dual money, we got to find out, where that's being spent on. But anyway, we're talking about preparing. This is the problem. See, standardized testing has made us focus on language arts standards, math standards, and then social studies teachers focus on social studies standards. So where are they going to learn how to write a check? We haven't made any time for that. We haven't designated any resources. In fact, it's been detrimental. So, I always felt like as a teacher, philosophically, my job was to prepare them to become a contributing member of society. But I'm not sure these days that a lot of secondary teachers, I'm not saying Higley, I'm not sure a lot of secondary teachers would agree. They might say my job is to teach those kids biology because I am a biology teacher, period. And that's go ahead.
Just to your point, that's one of the reasons why to do a portrait, one of the reasons why the process went was because sometimes we come up with these specific skills a laundry list of skills, but what attribute does that, go back to that we can be intentional about other than just adding an exhaustive list and this, and this, and this, and this. So it becomes, how do we help prioritize that? What is the most important? So I think to your point that, what is the essential skills and define, or what is importance and defined by whom?
Moving forward, I think that would have to, so let's put a little caveat on this, that I would love this work study in the fall.
Yeah,
Sometime in the fall. I don't really want to have this go on to the spring, but if we could try to get something in the fall for starting this process of
Definition and requirements of a portrait
definition
of a
and where our focus and our
But-
money should go.
I think we need to look at Mr. Witovich's point that we have to then prioritize. And, does that require that another position? And, perhaps that can be discussed at that time, but
I agree.
where do these two blend? Because they all do kind of come back together, but we're kind of all over the place. And, you know, like what Mr. Glover's saying, drives me crazy when I get an email, a job application, a resume, and on a resume, their name's not capitalized.
There's resume templates out there.
Right? And their name's not capitalized. And that things like that, they seem so small, but from an employer standpoint, I'm just like, capitalized first and last name. And honestly, I have to remind my kids of doing that too when they're filling something out. And I'm like, capitalize your first name. It's your name, you know? And so it's things like that. And I think for generations until these kids are the one hiring people and they're used to seeing things not capitalized and stuff like
Because
that.
they text not, they don't
It's
text
going to
with
be
their grammar.
difficult from an employer standpoint. Like, they have to understand the importance of that and just, you know. So I think with what Mr. Glover's saying is that is part of the teaching process, no matter what you teach, you know. So, yeah, I think that would be
So we good?
good
you get it?
clarification. We need,
Oh,
what
Mr.
is the initiative? Is it,
Say it again, one more time, Mr. Glover.
Yeah.
I
All right,
kinda
portrait of a
like it.
graduate, how we prepare students to become successful contributing members of society.
yeah, it's going to be our own, I think we're going to stick with portrait of a graduate, but understanding what our own.
And my wonder is, do we define,
Higley graduate.
define, question back, do we define categories because, read your sentence again?
How we prepare students to become successful contributing members of society.
And would we want to say, like, you know, again, like, there are some essential skills, there are some essential attributes, there are some essential experiences? Are you looking kind of like, what are we doing in each of those things? Or in just global, what are those important things we should know and be able to do?
President Kaler, Mr. Glover, I do believe that is the defined term that we have to come up with. And then underneath that, we have to have the social emotional, what skills you need in social emotional, the soft skills we hear about from our business partners all the time is they want the kids to learn how to answer the phone. And so those are going to be under the soft skills. We do have to have some opportunities for future students, whatever they want to go, if it's in a community college but that's another piece of it. And so the portrait of graduate is just the headline, and then underneath that, I'm hearing that we need several different categories underneath it, and then
And
under those
maybe
categories we have these
subcategories of-
opportunities. Yes.
Yeah, so I think for the initiative, we keep it just the sentence for the initiative, because no, I think it should be a defined portrait of a Higley graduate as the initiative, take out tools of success and just hyphenate how we prepare students to be successful contributing members of society.
And when we come back and for a study,
Work study.
For a work study, are you wanting collections of things that we are currently doing, or are you wanting a framework in which we would have groups to work on help defining what these are?
I think one, show us what we already do. That'd be great. And then I think we're going to brainstorm together too some ideas of what those tools look like. Does that make sense?
So
Should we put in there
starting
some
this process, well, I think
soft
that
skills?
they need some direction. I mean, we have this initiative, but
No, we don't.
what does that mean? It is so broad, and so,
But do we just need a work study to close it down for us? a
Well, I
little
think
better.
if you bring to us, I think you have a pretty good grasp on what our idea is. So I think if you bring to us what we're doing and then understanding, like, we need to look at it from that career counseling point. And just, and where do we go from here? How do we move forward? It's obviously going to take time and definition.
I do like what Dr. Thomason read too, some of those, the soft skills, the emotional, just those little brief highlights, and plug in maybe what we're already doing in those areas. And then we can what? Yes, where we need to go from there. Does that sound?
Did we give you enough direction, Dr. Foley and Dr. Thomason?
I think we're starting to define a roadmap to a
Yes,
portrait of a
roadmap.
graduate, because
Or a Higley graduate, because it might not be.
I've heard you talk about soft skills and some attributes, but then I've also heard you talk very specific things, capitalization, punctuation, writing a checkbook. So again, there's some essential skills, there are some essential attributes, and some essential experiences that should be tied underneath a category, if you will. And so I think it would help to look at some examples, to look at what we mean by defining it, talk about what we're doing, but I think I like the idea of creating a roadmap to something so that we can begin to build this.
Maybe we should write that then. Not define, but roadmap to portrait of a graduate. Do we like that? Roadmap? Roadmap
I
to
like
me shows
roadmap
that we're
better.
trying to get there.
We're going to start the process of actually getting there versus this. I think we had this really big lofty goal of like our portrait of our graduate, and I don't know that we were defined enough and pinpoint enough. Like,
I like roadmap.
I
Well,
think
and
roadmap is
I mean,
good.
based on your knowledge of it, I don't know. I'm really up for redefining all of our,
know if it's
infusing
a
this
sys-
into
it's
our
a
academic
systemic-
classes
yeah.
and things like that. Because it sounds like it's very similar to a strategic plan, and everything you do and every choice you make
Goes to portrait of a graduate.
refers back to it. And I don't know that that's where we are. I think we're looking at how do we enhance it. I do think that coming back to PD and our teachers understanding, you don't just teach a subject. There's so much more that you're providing these students, but not to add work to them to, well, make sure you're doing that, to infuse that. So I don't know that that's not where I want to go. I'm not looking at doing that, but I am looking at what does a well-rounded student from Higley graduate come with? How are we filling the gaps? How are we making sure they understand those soft skills, the social, emotional, and things like that? And it's interesting because we have had this conversation before. A lot of those things are taught, but only in certain classes. So, I mean, we talk about resumes and interviewing and soft skills. Those are hit hard in marketing and DECA because that's what they do. But how do we make sure all of our kids are getting that? And I think so defining it and understanding where we want to go with it. So I think you have a good grasp on that.
I think getting our own common thinking around that and then organizing it allows us to have some flexibility, but also I'll be clear about what we're asking and thinking about. I think it'll help too to look at some models and examples of what others have done so that we can say, ooh, I like that. Oh, I like that. And then we can create from what we see we like and from what we think are important, what it might look like for us.
Implement them into our.
To the degree in which we want to do that.
do it,
Because
yeah.
you can take it as
Do the
far,
big
but
this, but
I think
we
we
work
do
too
a-
hard on this.
I think
too.
we do a lot that we don't know we do.
I know that's the other part of this is that. I
That's
think
not
it's
structured. So
I agree.
Or again, part of a guarantee. It's a guarantee. A portrait of a graduate is a guarantee of what all students, it's because it's so important, we ensure that all students, regardless of what school you've gone to, have had this experience. So
Well,
if we
and-
define it, then it gets more clear on how do we ensure it at each school.
And we were already seeing that with our, gifted and
Yes.
things like that. So, yeah, I think that could be a roadmap. So we said roadmap. Okay, Mrs. Reach got that. Okay, so we went over, now there's the last one. And Christina, review of Higley procedures, processes, and accountability plan. I think that is just a staple that we should keep as is. Does anybody disagree? Agree? Disagree?
I think we need to change it a little bit. And I think it needs to perhaps state create, because I don't know what we're reviewing. We review our policies,
Well,
but
that's not even on here, so.
time and time again, as we've encountered things, this is not created. And I'm not asking for that's a huge undertaking. There's so much we do in such best practices. But I think as we encounter situations, I think that these need to be created. I do think there's certain things, and I believe best practices or processes and have been created for the marquees. So I believe that's happened. To what they need to put on there, how they need to put on there, because we really need to be looking at these positions that we have turnover in, to make sure that they know what they're doing, what the expectation is, and things like that. So we had review on here for last year, but I don't know there's anything to review.
I agree, the changing of that word really changes the whole initiative, because then it is creating a document of some sort, or there's something that somebody can go back and look at and say, oh, that's what that is. So,
President Kaler, members of the board, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you 100%, but I also, like with the portrait of a graduate, I think we have to define what we want first. I think there'll be some priorities that we want to put under there, and so I think it's perfect that we create Higley processes, procedures, and accountability plan, but that is just so widespread. Do we want to create processes, procedures, accountability plan for cleaning, for bathrooms, for bus, for transportation, for kindergarten? So I think that we need to kind of pick some priorities. Not that there's not all importance, but if we have some defined priorities, some specific measurable goals, I think that would help us get it taken care of. And then we can add to it every year if we need to, but I think some specific priorities would be important for us to define.
you're saying having a work study on this as well to start to, or we just kind of send you things? How do you?
Or we can, have that conversation now.
If we set up 2 or 3 priorities today, I think that would get us started in the right direction.
Okay.
I think if I hear him saying, we're asking for, you want us to establish and define processes and procedures, but in what areas? Because Ed Services has them, Student Services has them, Financial Services has them. Of course, there needs to be processes and procedures in all of them, but where do you want, what areas do you want us to provide you that information?
I think as a governing board, I think everyone has an area that's deep to their heart, and I think that some of those, I think with Mr. Glover, would be processes and procedures for
Adoptions and supplementals.
supplementals. That's just one that comes to my mind right now, and so if we put that under there, that would be a goal that would be measurable and attainable by the end of the year. And then if we had 5 different areas, or maybe 3, maybe 5's too many for this, or maybe that we get through them and then we add 5 more. But I think that just some of the accountability pieces on specifics would be definitely helpful.
I don't even know where to start.
I have like 2 or 3.
Can we chew on it? Can we chew on it? And why don't we
mean-
could, even by Wednesday night, if you can come up with something, we could add it to our future agenda items.
I think one thing I would like
Perhaps-
to add on there, that as we encounter situations, I think it's good to have specific areas that we do that, but I think it's also important that when we encounter situations, that it needs to be done at that point. I mean, so we may not be set out to write whatever our best practice process or procedure is in that particular area, but as we encounter a situation that had we had something out there, that situation would have been avoided. I think it's important to kind of document it at that time.
So it sounds like to me what you guys want is when something is identified, that we take action and have some finality on a process. So what if you said identify needs and create Higley procedures and processes and accountability plan? In other words, as they come up, when they come up, I've identified the need. I don't need to make work for people.
No, I don't,
You know,
I don't
but
need
if
to
we-
sit here and come, I can just think of some instances where I have come up where I thought, oh, well, if that had,
So then in that situation, at the board meeting, if we were looking at, future agenda items or however
Yeah.
we have that posted, then someone could say, we'd like to, start to address that. That leaves that opening, and I can
So,
submit the very first one.
a very good
for you.
example of that was Dr. Thomason would be the tax payment for sports. That came up, and we didn't even know that was like the practice, even though it probably wasn't a policy, but it was a practice that we weren't 100% sure that was happening. So now we know what's happening. We need to go out and correct that and make sure that across the district, everybody is on the same page when it comes to how we pay for our sports fees. Correct? So that's an instance where we identified there was something going on and we needed to get some finality to it.
Well, and each department has several processes and procedures. What we need to ensure is that they are consistent, followed, and
Consistent,
clear.
right.
Yep.
Okay, so I like that.
Well,
Identify
and-
at the time because they come up throughout
Right.
the year and we're,
And then who else needs to know those processes? Just as an example, like you were saying, so if finance, like you said, lots of departments have best practices or processes and procedures, and so say finance has them, but the schools don't know what that is when it's a process that pertains to them and things like that. And I think the big thing that comes to mind is, and I don't want to make a lot of work for people, but I think it's important that our schools, each of our campuses has something documented on their traditions. Something that no matter who is there, certain things would be expected to continue on. I don't, like I said, I don't want to make work for a lot of people, but that would be a site-based process that if there's a changeover in administrator, that their community, their campus is not expecting something that they have no intention of doing or unaware of, that they didn't
Are you
even know it
thinking,
needed.
like HTA, they ring the bell, so that needs to be written down, like they ring the bell on the first and last day? Is that what you're thinking, that's written down? Is that what your thoughts are?
Yes, similar
Okay,
to things
something
like that,
yes,
that
like the broad
that
spectrum
certain things happen. I mean, just like we kind of referred back to the ASBA, like we as a board do certain things certain times of the year, and just that we start getting, I'm not asking for an all-encompassing document, and that's only one example. Those are the good things, but I know that we have faced with turnover at campuses that people are like going, we do this every year, why? Or, so those are some of the more the funner things and things like that, that we have a huge task ahead of us because we haven't had something like this. And I mean, you could hire 4 full-time people and it would still take them 5 years to document everything. And that's not what I'm asking for. I like Mr. Glover's suggestion that when this stuff as it comes up, but I do think in areas that, past areas that we know have had issues like you had just mentioned, and I'll try and think of some, but I know that many times we've said, well, if we had documented processes and procedures here, we would have not been in this place. So perhaps I'll go back and watch some board meetings because I know we've had this conversation.
Mr. Glover, will you want to read that again?
Yep, and I added a little bit to it at the end that
Oh,
might make
boy.
it more
Here
clear.
we go.
Identify need and create Higley procedures, processes, and accountable plan as needed.
As needed. Very good.
I like that because every director, every
them.
person knows what are their hot issues in their area, and it's not just putting something on paper. It's making sure that there's a process that is implemented well, that is not so happening. So allowing those to be created and shared. These are the processes we've created to address something from
That
various
comes up.
areas.
I like that too. I'm good with that.
President Kaler, members of the board, I did hear an important piece that I felt was missing, and that's also the dissemination of the communication of the process and procedures that's missing,
Well,
because
that
sometimes we have
exactly
that.
it. Yes, you could maybe put a bullet point underneath that, Mrs. Reach, that says, and then disseminate the communication of said.
Dissemination and implementation.
Okay, dissemination and implementation. And yes,
That the implementation is huge. And with the accountability plan, it doesn't have to be spelled out. I'm not saying, it's not like a policy, violation of this is this, violation of this is this. But we do, if that process and procedure is out there and it is elected not to be followed, there has to be some type of accountability. And I don't know what that is, and that's the easy part of being on this side, because that's not for me to figure out what it is. It's to say it's important we have this, and it's from an administrative standpoint. But we're severely lacking the accountability piece that we have consistent issues that have come up, and there has not been the accountability on that. If we have a documented process and procedure and it's been communicated, implemented, and it's chosen not to be followed, that was part of our conversation previously, is when the district has put a directive out there and for whatever reason a member of our staff has chosen to disregard what that directive is, there has to be accountability there. So that's what is there, and maybe that's something for Mrs. Martin's, that there's some type of tiered plan, whatever that accountability piece is, it needs to be there, and then it needs to be followed. So, because we've talked about several directives that have been optionally disregarded, and what do you do?
so did you say that in there, Mr. Glover? Accountability plan? Was it in the?
Yeah, it was in the
it was
word. I
there.
left the
So we're
words. It
gonna
was
keep
already
that.
in there.
Are you good keeping it there, Mrs. Reese? Okay, not having a separate, no. Great, okay.
But you like to have a little starter in there, Dr. Foley? The October, the core area adopted curriculum by October, and the supplementals approved by the superintendent or designee, to have that online by October, that could be
Yeah, that was one.
an
That was,
item.
we talked about that.
I know you're
already.
going to do it, but
The nice, and you've seen an opportunity to kind of see a draft of that process and procedure, but here's the hope would be is that I could bring that to you while at the same time also bringing to you a timeline of what we're going to do with the implementation of that. So that would be absolutely fine as a work study, which would be the supplemental, the differences in our processes from core and supplemental and what we're actually creating our HUSD adoption and review processes toolkit that everyone would use regardless, which is an implementation of our process. So we can
Great.
do that.
So we have 4 still. Do we want to add any, or is there any other things that the board feels that we need to focus? Obviously, reopening our schools and COVID is first. I mean, that's just going to be ongoing for the next several weeks. So but if there's something else you guys want to talk about right now,
I have
this is
safety.
the time.
I have safety as a priority that I think that ties into COVID. As safety as being a priority. I don't know how to word it. I don't know I just wrote the word safe.
Safety as in safety of our kids on the campus?
Yes, for our kids on the campus or our kids on the buses, our kids within Higley control. I don't know. I don't know what wording we should use there. But I do
President
think-
Kaler, members of the board, is
Okay.
that specifically related to COVID safety, or is that just
I think
safety,
it could be
social,
both.
emotional?
I think there's some social and emotional learning and social emotional health here. I think there's some COVID safety that we could talk about. It was just a word I thought might be an important time to talk about safety. I think we have a lot of members of our community willing to talk about safety in respect to COVID, but also in respect to, the emotional health of their children coming back. So I do think it could be a word that we go with, or we could wait until next year. This seems like a lot to digest for your team this year, the 4 initiatives we already have. And I think you guys are already going to be working on safety going forward with our $100,000 a hand sanitizer. I think we'll be just fine. But I did think that might be an important word to maybe chew on for next year.
well, if we're going to talk about these things or have them in our meeting notes, how about this? Ensure the safety of our students and staff as they return to school for 2020, 2021. And then if something comes up that week, that month,
That's
it can be a
perfect-
talking point. So
Yeah,
it's
then
something
I
that
think
we're
that would be
revisiting.
talking point to
So if
be
you-
able to bring that in.
If there's somebody that has, a safety issue, then maybe that's where we have to identify that and create
I mean,
a
it could be
process and a
bullying,
procedure
it
for
could be something in that realm as well. We've heard a lot about that this year, bullying and, I don't know, safety of our campuses, how secure
Safe
they
environment.
are. I don't know what to really put in there, but I think that's a good open-ended statement that we can add to and be able to,
Well, and that
add
should
in
always
at
be on
any
our
time.
mind.
it should.
So,
Almost a nice balance between you got your important and long-term, because you've got the goals here for professional development, technology, a portrait of a graduate. Those are long-term, sort of very important things that we're working toward. And then there's immediate and urgent that will obviously take attention. So
right. And
I
guess
think
that would be
safety is
another-
one of those items that should always be at the forefront of our mind.
Scott, do you want to repeat what
I'm not
you-
opposed to adding that as initiative.
What I had written down was ensure the safety of our students and staff as they return to school 2020, 2021.
I think that's really good, and we can.
And it's going to be our focus. So,
going to be consuming.
Sorry, I think
Just
it
leave it
being
on.
our focus, it will be our focus, and we should make it a item on our list.
well, and I think
It's COVID and not COVID.
Yeah,
I think it's both, but I think it's what our community needs to hear from us loud and clear. So, and that's going to be part of our discussion on Wednesday night, I'm sure. Anything else? Yes?
So, and we may want to move that one up there.
I
Up
think
the
it should be
list
number
rather than be
one, but
last.
that's where
But,
my heart is.
yeah.
That, and I'm assuming
I
most
think-
of your hearts are
I think it
as
is
well.
number one.
Right.
Yes.
I just have 2 more things. I don't think we should add them, but I just wanted to say them and put them out there as something we can think about. We didn't really talk about the different learning opportunities that are going to happen, and but the traditional school our teachers' new understanding of what blended learning actually could be and is, and then our online that we have to do more. It doesn't need to be in the initiative, but we're going to have to think about that, and we're going to learn more about that on Wednesday anyway.
We are.
So I think that's going to be an area that we do focus, that Higley has to focus on. The other thing was with the Black Lives Matter movement, as I said last meeting, I'm aware that I have to do more. I felt like I was a good person, but I also feel like I'm hearing that I'm not doing enough, and that we have to be actively anti-racist is the terms that I heard, actively anti-racist. We can't just think that things are okay, because for large groups of members of this country, things are not okay. So don't need to make it an initiative, but it is something that I think we should say it's okay for our staff to talk about, to talk to students about, and we should not just pretend that this movement isn't happening, because kids are aware of it.
Our kids are going to force us to be a part of this conversation, and especially this generation.
I think it falls under Mrs. Wilson's safety.
Yes.
I mean,
There's certain
how do
groups
we
of
make
people that
sure
do
our
not feel
campuses
in
are
our
safe
school.
for all? So I'm part of that. I'm not saying that whole thing, but I do think a part of that falls in that campus safety. And
PD.
And PD, yeah, it's going to be all throughout. Definitely this coming year, it's going to be.
Thank you for listening to me on this.
Yes, always, Mr. Glover.
I had an item. I agree with you with the online stuff. I would talk to Dr. Thomason. I'd like to see our online option be a live online option. But I wanted to talk about, because during this time we kind of set that tone. I did meet with Dr. Thomason earlier in the week, and I wanted to talk about the status of our schools. I mean, COVID has taken up a lot of our, but we were talking about, we have a Mandarin immersion program, we have a Spanish immersion program, and we've talked a lot about our money and our finances, and does it make sense? And I'm not saying we're going to get rid of it. Anyone who's watching, that's not. But I think the conversation needs to be had is, are we breaking even? Are our immersion programs self-sustaining? I know our Mandarin program is very expensive, and it's nice to have an option there. But if 7 years later of having this program, and it's not, and I'm asking, but this is the business side of me, if it's not self-sustaining, is it something that we need to continue because it's nice to have? When we start making some of these financial decisions and we have to prioritize things that we need to make important and prioritize funding, are these programs that we have self-sustaining? Does it make sense to continue? And I'm just asking these questions. I'm not putting an opinion out there, that when we are trying to be fiscally responsible, what is the best thing for our district? We had talked about at one point lower attendance, and again, COVID set aside, at Power Ranch Elementary. We've talked about potentially looking at changing a format. Would that make sense? We've talked about our north side. We have all this building going on. So can you just give us an idea of, obviously nothing is coming into place this next year, but these are things we need to be thinking of so that perhaps some of these decisions will need to be made in the next year.
President Kaler, members of the board, I think that Dr. Foley and her team has done an absolutely incredible job with what we have an example with our gifted program at the Bridges. I think that is one thing that we've taken a look at, that we saw a need for change, a need for enhancement, a need for opportunities for other schools. I think we have to go through and take a look at all those different programs, take a look at the Mandarin immersion, the Spanish immersion, take a look at everything that we have and find out what is the quality, opportunity, and ROI on our investments for those different programs. Completely agree. I don't think that we're able to talk about some of the growth in those opportunities today because, quite honestly, with COVID hitting right now, we're not sure what it's going to look like on July 27th when we come back to school. But I do think that along with the initiatives, we get those listed out and start checking them off and giving the board updates on where we're at, the popularity, whether we need to phase out or revamp or move forward with some of those programs, specifically the language programs, the program we have at Higley Traditional Academy for the traditional school, some of the other programs that we have, and take a look at the popularity and maybe offer more in some areas that they may be very popular. I think the program at Santan Elementary School with the Spanish immersion program, there's definitely a waiting list for parents that want to participate in that. But also taking a look at non-educational programs, things that happen in community education. Our preschool, is that breaking even? Some of our before school and after school clubs and opportunities are those things that we need to look at. Our Higley Center for Performing Arts, what's happening there? Completely hear you, completely agree with you, and I think we ought to check those off and make a list of those and bring those to the board on work studies throughout the year.
Yeah, I just think it's been a long time since we've revisited any of that, and I just think it's time to start having that conversation and reflect and see where we're at from a district.
Those
So
would be
thank you.
excellent
I
updates
appreciate
for us,
that.
especially for those of us that weren't even around when they began. We just are here now, and we don't really know all the ins and outs of them, and as they've grown and matured and things. So I think that would be excellent to bring those when time permits, one at a time, two at a time, for updates. I think that would be
Just
really
to-
good.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It could just be an informational, well, I guess it would be a work study.
It could be
Informational
It could
or
be an
work study.
informational.
Either way, however you put it in, just updating us would be great.
But I do think that needs to be a focus over the next year of kind of revisiting and revamping, and it doesn't have to be initiative, but I think it needs to be on our mind, and we need to just be reviewing that. And I just had one suggestion on what Mr. Glover had mentioned earlier is it sounds like Dr. Foley is, we know you're already working on a lot of this stuff and that you're prepared to be doing some. I was wondering if perhaps we want to assign a quarter when we want an update on this, and clearly the harder one coming in fourth quarter. Clearly the one that you're already planning maybe be first quarter, but at some point during that quarter, the board can expect an update on that initiative. I'm just tossing that out there because we've not been good at circling back. A lot comes our way. This next year is going to be very, very
Well, I guess
unknown.
we could put some timeline on here. I mean, the safety is obviously first.
Well,
Is
and I
that-
think the
is that-
safety is going to be first and
And
ongoing.
ongoing.
I mean, that's
I think it's a continuous. Safety, I feel
That
like is a
one-
continuous. Kind of difficult when you think about it. We're now giving them a big
well, all
piece.
these are ongoing. I think the
Well,
presentation or
Patient.
follow-up of the safety one's just going to be continuous, I believe.
Yeah, we already talked about having that one in the fall. Obviously, our,
Maybe more
and I
than
think
one.
the technology is already in the works. So that's going to be a technology update that's already being scheduled.
Yeah, and maybe the portrait, maybe we say quarter one and quarter three.
1 and
That,
3.
because I think the people who are going to be working on it need to know.
Well, we love a
When?
timeline. The board loves
We
a
do.
timeline. We really
But
do.
And I think that
Accountability.
gives them, flexibility. It's sometime during the quarter, so no matter, things may be happening, but just know sometime during that quarter at one of the board meetings, you need to give us an update where we are.
And maybe, you know what, this could be to Dr. Foley and Dr. Thomason, is that you decide when these are going to come to us and let us just know on our future agenda items, the date and the time, or the date.
Well, I agree, having you guys digest what we've asked for and the initiatives, but coming back, whether it's our meeting in July, saying, okay, we've looked at your initiatives, we've talked with the people who are going to be responsible for this, and we will be presenting updates in Q1, Q2, Q3, and you letting us know, but I think we need to know
So-
ahead of time.
So Darlene, do you think underneath future agenda items, we could have a just board initiatives spot, and that we just keep these on that? So we're always reminded what they are and where they're at, right underneath future agenda items, so that we just always are thinking
It's on our
them
forefront
through.
of our minds.
And when we do like an update, for instance, on the HPAL, it's underneath one of the parts
Yeah,
and pieces.
yeah, you
so
could add a little thing on there. So let's do that, so we keeping them in the forefront.
And one of the
Thank you,
upcoming
Mrs.
ones,
Reach.
what you had with what students, graduate with, this is essentially the work of that. So this is what you're wanting. So clarity on that helps, too. Yeah, okay.
To be, just to say what I think you just said, these don't all need to be work studies. If that
Information.
list shows up and something goes, boop, I need to tell you guys that, just tell us. I mean, sometimes we do work studies and that's the beginning and the end of something, and some of these things have no end.
Well, and I also think this will, if we define these two, you can be looking for maybe on our status reports, updates on things that are happening that are connected to that. That'll make that's a great way to keep you involved on things that don't involve, it's just progress toward.
Right, right. Very good.
Because the
We appreciate
majority, a
those.
lot of these are ed services, so I can
Yeah.
easily see updates, under ed services.
Oh, and that's perfect too. So great. Okay. Thank you. Yep. It just yep, you keep, I love that. Thank you.
And from an ed services standpoint, everyone give yours. My thought is, if there's something that comes to the board, whatever it is, I don't know how we define what area of strategic goal is. Do we throw that it's an initiative in there? Do we not? Just a thought. I mean, because on our board agenda, on our individual items, it says what goal it's under. If it is applicable to one of our initiatives, do we want that pointed out? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. It was a thought. But everyone seemed very concerned at the beginning of our retreat that we didn't know and we didn't follow up as board members to make sure that this was happening. So we all have a lot going on. They have a lot going on. I'm not trying to add additional work. I'm just trying to think out loud and bring conversation. How do are we okay with it? Like I said, I would like that by July we have some information on when you intend to, if it's not an ongoing thing like safety, like our goal is to work on this and have something to you by here. Because it goes to that accountability measure,
and I
and if
think
we're
we have,
asking for
like,
it from our staff, I think we need to do that
When we
too.
have the future agenda items, there's always like a little paragraph and we know the month. So I guess we could add that when you two can,
Often do you have, retreats are once a year, twice a year?
retreats are twice a year. So our next retreat is in October.
So probably is a great opportunity then to revisit progress and have conversations, because this dialogue helps give clarity and again, progress along the way, but updates also in this format, because this is a nice way for us to dialogue, update.
Just have
give
conversation.
Give conversation.
We don't get to do this very often.
Provide artifact, discuss, review ahead of time. Another opportunity.
Everybody good? Anything else? We're all hungry. So I move that we adjourn Oh,
Oh, yeah.
thank you, Mr. Witovich. Have a lot of great things going on at Higley. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Mr. W. All right, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Have a lovely Saturday.
God, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day.